with a million smiles. Catching all the love from around the world. Whoa. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? Shine your light in the darkest times. You make it bright, Life stream dreams, we're all by your side, by your side. Keep on doing what you do, girl. You're one of a kind, one of a kind. Shelly, Shelly, you're our live stream star. Keep rocking your show, no matter where you are.
Hey, Shelly from the block. Jersey girl with a mouth that won't stop, no, no. Sassy, and I'm not afraid to show it. Don't spill the tea, you better be ready for it. I speak my mind, no filter inside. Shelly's in the house, talking trash and truth, no sugar-coated grooves. Never leave, then get out the way. Jersey girl with something to say. Shelly's in the house, time to break the rules. From halls to the city, I'm the queen of cool. You can handle the heat, then take the high. Shelly's in the house, drop the mic.
Hey, Shelly in the house tonight. Living it up, feeling so right. Yeah. New Jersey girl, she's got that style. Live stream queen with a million smiles. And she know the love from around the world. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? It's time to make it right. Live stream dreams, we're the wayside. You know you're one of a kind. Shelly, you're a live stream star. Keep rocking the show no matter where you are.
Hey, everybody. Happy Hump Day. It is Wednesday, April 17th, 2024, 9:33 a.m. on the East Coast. Supposed to rain today, but still be in the mid 70s. It's been like 80 degrees every single day here. It's ridiculous. And yet I'm still inside with 2 shirts on and a sweater. I don't get it. I am Shelly, your mouthy mama at Talking Trash and Truth, and this is Coffee and Chaos with T3. That's me. Today we're going to be talking about attachment styles, but before we do that, I like to do my housekeeping. Say hi to all my buddies in the chat. So we start off with Daisy Girl Williams. Hi, Daisy. She said, good M, sweeties. Followed by Wolfram dropping those links like they're hot. He walks in, he wipes his paws, lopes in, and howls. Ooh. Ah. That sounded more like a tugboat. That would be Speako number 1. See, most people have typos. I have Speakos. Yeah, that sounded more like a tugboat or something like "Auga," which is also something I can imagine you saying. No problem. How you doing, Wolfram? Thank you for all you do. I love my mods. I mean, I love my chat, but I love my mods. You guys, you're always so on point. You're always there when I need you. And a reminder to anybody who's watching this live and who comes into the chat, I am very, very lax in my rules. You can say whatever your opinion is. The only thing I say is you come into this chat with respect and you respect everybody in it. You want to attack me? I can take it. Let's go. But if you upset my chat, I will be very upset. And my mods will take care of it. You have to be really extreme to activate my mods. So just come in here, have a good time, and we'll all be hunky-dory. Okay? Okay. T-Rex Trucking. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I gotta find it. So many clips.
Baby steps? It means setting small, reasonable goals for yourself, one day at a time. One tiny step at a time.
Baby steps.
It works.
Best of all, I don't pay property tax.
He does not pay property tax. We got T-Rex Trucking coming in here with his 4-month super chat. Good AM. It's going to be a great day. Well, from your lips to God's ears, honey. From your lips to God's ear. Thank you very much, T-Rex. To which he followed up with, it's a great day to be alive. Well, from if I say it enough, I might believe it. Is that how it works? Is that how it works? You say it over and over and over, and then, it's eventually true. Because I've been saying the same thing over and over and over. I'm not saying what it is because I don't need other people drawing on that energy. And it still ain't freaking true. Lady Awesome is here. Grand Rising's beautiful souls. That's awesome. That's why I call her Lady Awesome. Happy hump day to you, honey. Happy hump day. T-Rex said, I don't want to die, so I'll leave the attacking of Shelly to Darth. No, see, he doesn't usually attack me when he comes in here. He's a good boy. I hate to say it. And when he does, usually Winning's radar goes off and he comes in and deviates. That only really happened once. It's going to be quite the day. Hump day to get over the week. Frank Franklin. Hi, honey. Oh, you haven't been here in a while. Oh, I feel like I got to play the welcome song for you. Here we go.
Welcome to the madhouse, we be running muck. Keep it all real and we don't give a fuck. World gone crazy, we here dancing in the rain. Welcome to Shelly's house, we just a little bit insane. Bring your real self, I ain't asking for more. Except one thing, leave your bullshit at the door.
I mean, that song pretty much says it all, don't it? If somebody could throw up Fred Franklin's link, I appreciate that. Work, health, and such. I haven't seen you well. I know life gets in the way, don't it? That 3D world. I hope you come hang out with us in Discord again sometime soon, Shelly. It was so much fun having you there yesterday. I had a lot of fun. There are a lot of great people in that Discord. It was a lot of fun for me. It's funny because I set up like that new soundboard and everything. Wolfram's like, give me a minute. Honey, I wasn't trying to rush you. Welcome, Fred. Hang out. I found something. I was doing all these different like soundboard things. And then I found this clip from Benny's show that I had taped that I screen recorded. And I fiddle with stuff. Like I've had so many people like stab me in the back with stuff that sometimes I'll go back and record a stream that I know they're going to regret and take down. And I'm like, nope, you said it. Screw you. Just letting you know I heard. You always hear me. Those wolf ears. But anyway, so I was going through them and I got this clip of Betty and I had it right before the show. I turned it into a clip for the show. I had sent him a super chat and I guess it's the name. I always get some type of reaction. Like I have one of Monty saying, talking trash and truth. That's not too bad or something like that at the end. But it's so cute. It makes me giggle every time I listen to it. But this is the one for Benny.
Talking trash and truths. Okay. That's good. Talking trash and truths. T3. Great. This is a great Abby.
It's always a good day when you can make Benny smile. Like and he was in such a serious mode too. So like he got to the end, he got to he was like talking trash. And it struck him funny. But yeah, he wound up closing the show with my chat up there. My chat was up there for like 3 minutes. I was like, oh my goodness. It didn't do me any favors, but it made me happy. Get to the chopper. Oh, here we go. He did this because he likes to see himself. T-Rex Trucking, thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat. I requested a few Ricada clips, please. The wet whiskey one in particular. Oh, wait. Wait.
Motherfucker! Oh, God damn it! Shit.
You mean those? Because that's the one I got. But you know what?
Good luck. We're all counting on you.
There you go. You got quite a few Ricada clips in there. What can I say? The world must see my amazing dancing skills. That's right. That's right, T-Rex. Oh, guys, what to talk about? I mean, I know I have the attachment thing, but you ever just wake up and go, yeah, no, I don't want to today. Like, I don't want to do it today. I just want to go back to sleep. I don't know. My sleep schedule is so messed up. It's 2 hours here, an hour here. I just can't seem to sleep 8 hours straight. I'd love to sleep even 6 hours straight. That'd be great. Here's the thing. I get exhausted and then I lay down and my brain goes, hey, let's play your greatest fuck ups. It's like, the worst greatest hits list in the world. And whichever one pops up first, that's the one my brain is going to obsess over and turn over. And you should have done this and you should have done that. And you want this, but you got to do this. And this part is impossible. And this part is impossible. This part is unheard of. Like, you don't have the amount of time to get to this part. So it's just like, I drive myself crazy. I drive myself absolutely crazy. And then it starts with, let's rate your value in people's lives. Because of course, that's the thing I would think of when I'm trying to relax, because it's so relaxing, isn't it? I wish somebody would sit down not with me, so I don't really have to be conscious of the freaking conversation because I don't want to have it. But if somebody would just tell my brain to stop worrying about if I matter to people, because everybody's temporary, including me. So it doesn't really matter. People come, people go, whatever. I enjoy them when they're here and I enjoy their absence sometimes more than I enjoyed their presence. However, I still manage to enjoy some aspect of everyone. T-Rex said, yeah, I don't want to do the thing today, but I did get some sleep last night. Oh, that's good. I managed to fall asleep before little D could wake me up all night and convince me to go on the Mike Malloy at 4 a.m. Are you getting your nights mixed up or did you do it again? No, I knew what you meant. I'm teasing. But yeah, no, the other night was funny because I went to sleep Monday night because I was in a mood and I was not feeling it. I was in pain all day. That stream that I did Monday really was like, why did you do this? I even took it down and somebody told me to put it back up. I know it was not winning, but somebody convinced me to put the stream back up. And I was like, fine. But I took it down because I was like, oh my God, I was all over the place. I couldn't speak. My words just were not happening. I was stumbling over words. I was saying the wrong words. Today, it doesn't bother me as much because you know what? Y'all know I have tons of flaws. Here they are. I put them, all my cards are always on the table. I'm sweet. I'm a bitch. I'm nice. I'm mean. I have all the colors of emotion. I have all the colors of personality. I have a very, very big personality. Sometimes when people come at me, my big personality says, oh, no. And then they get all butthurt about it. It is what it is. My thing is, like I told Winning in the beginning, I'm a lot. Do not sign up unless you can take it. Because if you just, if you get to a point where you're like, oh no, this is too much for me, I'm going to get pissed off. I'm not going to say anything, but that's going to be like the memory I have of you in my head forever after that. And I don't want anybody to come into my life if they don't think they can handle me. I personally don't think I'm that hard to handle. I'm very easy to please. It's just people don't do the little things that, please me. And I give way more than I take. I try to be understanding. I try to be supportive. People like to push my buttons. And then when they do and I react, they get all like, oh my God, she whatever. Really? Like you pushed the bitch button on purpose. And then you're surprised when I get bitchy. Sounds more like a you problem than a me problem. However, whatever. Forgive and forget, right? Well, I forgive. I just never forget. Right now, though, I'm not even forgiven because I just don't feel like it. And that's my right. That is my right. But yeah, no, on Monday, I was in such a bad place on Monday. Not that I'm in the best place right now, but I'm way better than I was on Monday. And I was in a lot of pain all day Sunday, all day Monday. And a lot of it was, because I told you I exercised after not having exercised for a while. And yes, we're going with the euphemism of exercise. And so my body hurt, but that had nothing to do with like my joint pain. My joints were like really swollen and I was just, my whole body felt like it was hit by a truck. But yeah, it was wearing on me and it made me really, really cranky because I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, I couldn't do anything. My digestion was off, my bones hurt, my muscles hurt. And so I was just a big ball of bitch on Monday. And I started nitpicking. Like I started just down that really nasty path. And I was like, you know what? And I started taking it out on winning, which I should have never done. But not much. I mean, don't think I'm a monster, but I mean enough that he was like he never yells at me, but I feel like I kind of came close that time. But I was like, I can't do this, especially not to him. So I was like, I'm just going to go to bed. It was like 8:00 at night. I was like, I'm going to bed. I don't care. Like, whatever. And lo and behold, I took 2 Xanax and I went to sleep and woke up 3.5 hours later. No, I'm sorry, 4.5 hours later because it was 12:30. And I was like, oh, you got to be kidding me because I was wide awake when I woke up. Wide awake. So I was like, all right, do I call him or what do I do? Should I watch a movie? I don't really want to watch a movie. And my brain was like, work, bitch, work. So I wrote out like 5 shows in a row, literally, in like 3.5 hours, just banged them out. Boom, 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 boom. So I scripted them all out. They're all done. They're good to go. So at least I know what I'll be talking about for the next like 5 shows. But then I couldn't fall asleep. And Mr. Malloy went live at like 4 a.m. I was like, oh, you got to be kidding me. I was like, why is he awake in the middle of the night? Usually it's because he's in a, sad mood or whatever. And I worry. I do. I worry. So I jumped over there into his chat to see if he was okay. And who's on panel but Danielle, Little D, T-Rex, and Jay Greenbaum, who, if you don't know who that is, go find out who he is. He's hilarious. I get along with him every time I'm like on Malloy's show when I'm on the panel. Oh, we get along great. Because I will literally sit there throwing out characters and songs and whatever. And it's like Dance Monkey because he knows them all. And it's fun to meet somebody who has a knowledge base like me. But yeah, he's kooky and he's totally off the rails. But you would enjoy him. If you watch Malloy's show, he's hilarious. And he's been a good friend to Mr. Malloy since I think he said 2016. So I always appreciate people who are good to Malloy. So T-Rex and Danielle were on there. Malloy kept saying, yeah, Shelly, come on panel. Shelly, you want a link? Shelly, come on. I was like, oh no. I was like, I'm not in that place. I was like, no. Just let me sit here and be cute and chat. I'll be all right. And I just ignored it. I was like, forget it. So I just talked from chat. But we had such a good time. And then I went over to Shizzy's stream and I sat and I was talking in his chat and, had a good time over there. I saw Baker a little bit later on. And it was a weird night because it was like no winning and all these other people. And I was like, like it was so off, but I think I needed something to like rebalance. So then, yeah, I was fine. But all I wanted to do was sleep. I took a nice little nap at like 9:00 in the morning because who does that? Just me. Woke up, got my groceries. It was, all right. So, I mean, it was a weird kind of day. But I woke up and I was like, what do I do? What do I do? I talked to, a friend of mine, a fellow streamer. And then I saw that T-Rex was in the Pearl Clutching server on Discord. And I was like, I wonder what they're doing. And there's like all these people in one voice chat. And I was like, it took me like so long to jump into that chat because I don't socialize anymore, guys. I don't socialize in real life. I don't socialize online. I literally come here, talk to you, and I talk to Winning, T-Rex, and a couple other people, and then that's it. Like, that's pretty much it. I have isolated myself to such a degree that when something does go wrong, I don't feel I have anywhere to go. I got like nobody to talk to. Who am I going to talk to? My mother? Yeah, because that always makes situations better. So it's just, I don't know. It was a little eye-opening for me. And I realized I didn't have anybody. And I was still going to be okay. That's pretty much what I want people to take away. Even at the end of the day, if you have nobody you can turn to, yeah, it feels shitty. It really does. However, you have yourself. You have you. And you have to exercise some type of love for yourself. You have to be able to be on your own and be okay. Otherwise, you're just using other people as a crutch. People are supposed to be welcome additions to your life. They're not supposed to be something that you build your life on. You weave them into your life. You don't make everything about them. And I realized in those few moments that I was like, I have nobody to like really openly talk to. I mean, I have friends. Don't get me wrong. I have tons of friends. But for the type of like conversation that I needed to have, where I just get everything out, good, bad, true, false, doesn't matter. It's the perspective of the time. I only had me. And I was okay with that. Because I understand me, kinda. I know why I do things. I don't always know the root cause issue, but I mean, that's what I'm here for. And I was okay. I felt a certain kind of peace knowing that if push comes to shove and I absolutely have to, I can rely on myself to be my own friend. I don't think we do that enough. I don't think we're friendly to ourselves. And I think you need to be. I think you need to be because other people are going to always disappoint you. You disappoint you. So having a higher expectation for other people is a little ridiculous. It happens. Obviously, I do it all the time. But it is ridiculous if you think about it because I disappoint myself all the time. I don't always know what is in my head because there's so much going on. So if I don't know this kind of stuff, if I can't figure this kind of stuff out, if I can disappoint myself, why would I ever expect somebody outside of me and outside of my head who has their own shit going on to not, be at least that level? Like, why would I expect them to be better to me than I am to myself? And it kind of, like I said, it brought me a lot of peace and everything to know that I could be just by myself. It wouldn't be, ideal, but I can survive it until I can change it. And that to me was the key. I don't need to get through the next year, 10 years, 20 years, 40 years. I just need to get through now. Like, I just need to maintain this forward motion. And I could do that on my own. I could do that completely alone. It won't be, pleasant for me sometimes. And I'll hit a lot of lows and everything, but I can endure it. And what I need to do is I need to start being nicer to myself. My expectations for other people are high. Yes, they are. If you knew what my expectations for myself were, you'd laugh in my face. You really would. Because I set myself up for failure. I set myself up so that I couldn't possibly attain the goals that I need to attain or that I want to attain. But they keep me moving forward. They cause a lot of lows because like today I woke up and I had 725 subs. Before I went live, I had 725 subs. A minute before I went live, I clicked on Studio to see if it was working, and I had 724. Now, I had 726 yesterday. So I just lose subs just out of nowhere. Just out of nowhere. They just go. And I know sometimes it's spiteful people who, they come in and they're like, I'll sub to her today. And then they take it away, and I'm like, whatever. I know. I have really good instincts when it comes to other people doing shit they shouldn't. So I usually know who it is. People have a lot of patterns. But yeah, it was a weird thing. I never thought about the fact that I disappoint myself all the time because I'm really hard on myself. Yet I expect other people to know, just I guess intrinsically, how to treat me, but yet I don't treat myself that way. Like, I want them to take it to a level that I don't even do that to. And it's not fair. It's not fair to do to anybody, including myself, because I'm just literally just, setting myself up for heartache, for some type of strife. And it's not right. T-Rex said, Little D is awesome. I could have gone to sleep. She's not to blame for my lack of sleep. I didn't blame her. You did. But I think it's funny to tease her about it. Shelly worries about people. No, it can't be. I've never seen that. Not once ever. I know. It's funny when I get a text from Nick telling me that he's okay because he's like, I know you worry. I'm like, yes, I do. I worry. Lady Awesome. Hey, Missy, I reached out to you. Yes, no, honey, I know. I'm not saying that I don't have friends. I mean, I have you guys and I love you. I do. I truly love you. But I got trust issues. I can't. There's different levels of trust, and me unburdening my fucking soul. Yeah, I don't do that. I trust winning more than I trust anybody in this world, and I don't even do that with him. I know he probably thinks I do, but there's so much that I don't say. Wolfram, make sure you're still subscribed. Yes, please check your subscription. If I've earned your subscription, please make sure it's there. But no, honey, I know you're there for me. I do. And I don't mean to slight anybody. I don't want anybody to have any hurt feelings. There's different things I can go to you guys with. There is. But when I'm in that type of really like free fall, and it was a free fall for like several hours, and I just kept going lower and lower and lower. All I wanted to do was just make the pain go away. And there's two ways I make pain go away. Either hurt somebody else, and I didn't want to do that, or hurt myself, and I didn't want to do that. So it was better to just do like a system shutdown. And since my brain wasn't going to let me, I had to take the Xanax because I couldn't get my brain to chill out. It would not leave me alone. It just, the negativity was astounding. It's funny. People think I'm really tough. They think I'm this hard ass. Nobody quite gets that my bravado is protective. It's protective of me because I hurt. I'm not talking about physical pain. Yeah, there's always that. Physical pain for me is nothing. But there's so much emotional pain and guilt and shame and just this fear of being seen but being invisible. Can anybody relate to that? You ever feel like you want somebody to see you, but you don't want them to see the bad bits? You want them to have a good opinion of you. Yet every time you show up, you feel both invisible and on display, but like naked on display. Like, oh my God, they're going to see everything I hate about me. No matter what I say, no matter what I do. They're going to see the bad stuff. They're going to judge me. They're going to hate me. And so, you put your defenses up. You build that wall up. I call it my porcupine self. Because when I feel threatened right away, it's the quills just jut right out and nobody can get near me. And if you try, I'm going to hurt you. Like, don't do it. It's different than saying, "Hey, Shelly, how you doing?" or whatever. That's nothing. It's when people really try to like poke and prod and figure out what's wrong with me. If I say I don't want to talk about it, I don't want to talk about it. T-Rex knows. T-Rex is like, "You okay?" Because I kind of sense that I don't want to talk about it. Okay. And he's just like, "All right. I'm here. I love you." I'm like, "I know. Thank you. Love you too." But he knows don't push, because the only thing you're going to get if you push me when I'm in that place, when I'm feeling threatened in some way, is you're going to get hurt because I'm going to lash out. I don't want people to know how little value I feel I have. And yet I don't want to be invisible. I want them to listen to what I have to say. I want them to care about how I feel and what I think. Because I care. I care about what they think. I care about what they feel. And it's really difficult when you're that person who, yeah, I want to know everything you're thinking. I want to know if you're down. I want to know. I want you to tell me. I want you to, feel safe and share that and let me take some of that on so it's less for you. I want to fix your problems if I can. That's part of who I am, part of what we're going to talk about today. But I tend to run up against these walls where what I give is not a gift anymore. It becomes an expectation of the other person. They just take it for granted that I'm going to do it, that I'm always going to have the energy to be there, that I'm going to take their bullshit and smile and be like, yeah, all right, and just laugh it off. Sometimes I fucking can't. If I'm not getting energy back, then I'm going to run out. And believe me when I tell you, my energy is different for everybody. I have different energy reserves for people. Some of the tank is very small. Sometimes it's a fucking thimble. But sometimes it's an ocean. And if you can drain an ocean, we have a problem. And it's usually those are the times where I go, yeah, no, I'm out. And I just cut ties. And I always have that breaking point. I have that threshold where I'm like, no, see, you are doing nothing for me. It feels so selfish to say that. And people would love to jump on that and tell me, you're only thinking about you? Like, why does somebody have to do for you? No, here's the thing. You don't get to make me feel extra guilty about needing to have my needs met. Now, I come on here and I talk about me and I talk about my traumas and I talk about all these different things. One of the things I don't talk about is I am always ashamed to say I need something. Part of me is afraid because I hate rejection and I hate disappointment. So if I tell you I have a need and you don't even attempt to meet that need, that's a rejection. That's a slap in the face. That tells me you don't care about me. And I move away a little bit. I'll do it again. And if that need is not met, I move away again. Now, the problem is sometimes when I try to, and it's very difficult for me to actually articulate when I need when I have a need. When I try to say it, it's met with either a joke or derision or dismissiveness. And that makes me very angry and hurt. Mostly hurt, but the way I respond to emotional pain is through anger. That's why when I say violence isn't the answer, except it is. I'm trying to see. It's hard to even admit that I have needs outside of myself. it's hard to admit that, hey, I have this thing that I'm going through and I need you to be like this, or I need you to do this, or I need some type of, response, physical, verbal, whatever. It doesn't matter. I need some type of energy to come back to me, and I feel like I have no energy anymore. I wake up with it and then it's just gone. It's like somebody's just sucking the energy out of me from far away, and it's the weirdest thing, and I don't have a way to articulate it because it feels silly. Can anybody explain that? Because I can't. People come to me literally day in and day out with their needs. But when I have a need, even when they're asking me, my brain goes, no, you don't need anything. Tell them you don't need anything. They don't need to know that you're down. Nobody wants to be bothered with your bullshit shell. Just go deal with it yourself. Why do I think that? Because experience has taught me that if I have a need, I need to just shut the fuck up about it. And it's either going to go away or I'm going to take care of it by myself, but it's not important. The world doesn't give a shit what I need. Unfortunately, I was born in a position where I give a shit what the world needs. And that makes for a very draining experience in life. It makes for a very fulfilled yet exhausted existence. And it hurts. I've been listening to so many religious podcasts and watching religious videos and a lot of conversations with God lately. Oh, so many. And yet I feel further away than I ever did. I feel disconnected. Like I'm literally here just for other people. And I'm out on this limb by myself. It's scary being out here by yourself. No safety net. Nobody to tell you if you're near the edge. Nobody to say, hey, that limb looks kind of weak. You sure you can do that? You sure you got this? And it's precarious. It's scary. It's daunting to go out on that limb every single day. I've been debating if I should unplug from everything for a couple weeks. The thing is, one, I'd miss y'all way too much, which I hate because I don't like to be able to miss anybody. Because it means one day I will. And I don't know if I unplugged if I'd ever come back. I don't know that I would. And I don't know that I would want to come back because I would want to do this again, or if I would want to stay away because I wouldn't feel like I had a place anymore. Internet time is different than real life time. You know, a week in 3D life is a week. But here, a week is 3 lifetimes. So many things change so quickly on here. I'll talk to T-Rex or I'll talk to Winning about stuff. I'm like, oh, remember this? And it's like, it happened a week ago. That can't now. It happened. It had to be months. Are you kidding me? It's like, no. No, happened like yesterday, Shell. I'm like, shit. Feels like it happened so long ago. Time just moves differently. It really does. Time gets away from me on here. My nose is all stuffy now. God damn it. I know I'm real quiet today, which I mean I'm sure that'll change because you know me. My moods change. I don't stay that low for long. I get it out and then I get a little crazy and I get perverted and we move on. Let me see what chat is saying because I was kind of in a loop there. Lady Awesome said Mercury is retrograde, so expect communications to be wonky, YouTube included. Listen, the YouTube really, I have no idea what they're doing and I don't like it. I'm like I said, I lost over 100 views on the last 4 shows that I did prior to Monday. I lose subs like crazy. And it's not like people don't, resubscribe, but it's like, okay, they don't know they're not subscribed until I have a show. And then they're like, oh, Shelly had a show. I didn't get a notification. And they're like, why am I not subscribed? It's the weirdest thing. But yesterday when I was in Shizzy's, I'm watching Shizzy and I'm commenting in chat and I hit enter to send the chat that I wrote. And YouTube went boop and everything kind of just disappeared. And I had a brand new, this video is unavailable. I was like, oh my God, did his stream come down? So I refreshed and no, his show was still live and it popped up. And I could see I could see where you can click on his name to go to his channel, main page. And it had his title and everything. But it was playing my show. And it confused me for a minute because I was like, why is Shizzy showing my show on his show? And I'm looking, I was like, 4.5 out. This is it picked a random show from my live list and threw it up there, but said it was Shizzy's. And it showed me and all my stuff, but it said Shizzy. It had all Shizzy's information. Shizzy's chat was there. And I was like, what the fuck? So I had to refresh again. And then it took 2 times to fix itself. And I was just like, okay, because the second time it was still my show. And it was the same show. It was just my intro. And I was like, why is it doing that? It's never done that to me before, ever. But yeah, I communications are going to be wonky. I can't seem to communicate. People are taking things the wrong way. I sit here and I'm like, I have so much to talk about. And then my mind goes completely blank. And it's like, I forgot how to speak to people. Lady Austin said, FYI, Vices was complaining this morning, this AM about losing subs. He feels like YouTube is going through some shady business. I agree. I absolutely agree. It's so weird. It's happening to me. It happens to Jessica. It always happens to Winning. And it's weird because they'll go and then I'll get them back a week later. And I'm like, what are you doing? I don't understand it. But the whole views and everything, that I really don't get. They're just gone. How do I end up with 10 to 20 views less than I had when I ended the stream? That means there were no rewatches. Bullshit. It's just, I can't. Hey, Inya out you all around you. Hi, honey. She said Good Logic's lost 200 yesterday. Even some of his own members were unsubbed. Unbelievable. But he has made some people mad lately. Oh no. I mean, yeah. I mean, I love what he's doing. I do. If you don't know that Joe's motion to ungag Trump was denied, which we all expected because, you know, this is a judicial system that's determined to be corrupt. So they're not going to listen to a righteous man. But you know, we're glad that he tried, because if you don't try, you don't know. You know, he brought awareness to it. He was motivated to do something about it, and I think that's awesome. She's raining ocean. One must be mighty thirsty. You'd be amazed, Wolfram, the energy that people pull from me on purpose. I'm not talking about somebody who's just in need. I'm talking about somebody who, like, literally, their only focus is to drain me. And it's so quick, especially if I care about them. I don't even realize they're doing it until it's too late. Jacob Castro. He says, sup, savages? Inya, I have you turned up, but I'm dealing with what I think is an ulcer. So I'm back and forth in chat. Oh, honey, I hope you feel better. Did you try a little, not Pepto? I mean, I take the Pepto for my ulcer. But honestly, the only thing that helps my ulcer is peppermint. It really does. Like if I suck on a peppermint, or if I chew like peppermint gum, or even if I have like a candy cane, it does help. There's peppermint tea that should help you quite a bit. So maybe try that, or some ginger. Yeah, we all hope you feel better soon, honey. Castro loves throwing out this quote, violence never solved anything, George Washington. I know that you keep that in your back pocket just for me, because I always say violence isn't the answer, except it is. And I love you for it. I do. You're so funny, Castro. And you said, I understand that, Shelley. And sometimes because I keep my mouth shut, I start feeling like I do everything for everybody, but nobody puts back into me, or they just come around when they need or want something. Yeah, everybody gives to me when they have some type of ulterior motive. Even if their motive is to just placate me for a while. Like, they're like, oh, but I wasn't using you, but you're using that to keep me around, because you know I have my foot out the door. You know that I can't keep doing it. You know, and this has been a trend with most of the people that I've known in my life who just weren't in it to care about me. They just wanted to feel better themselves, and I made them feel better. I fulfilled their need, whether I knew it or not. You know, I fulfilled the ones that they asked of me, and I fulfilled ones I didn't even know were there, that only they were privy to. And it's not fair. It's not fair to constantly take and not give back. Some people, instead of giving back, when they do give something back, they only give back the negative. They only bring drama to my door. They only bring a situation where I have to constantly defend myself. I'm not going to defend myself. I didn't do anything wrong. Fuck you. That's my defense of myself. Fuck you. When I get to that point, and I'm at that point, I don't care what you do, as long as it's the fuck away from me. I won't care if you cry. You could beg for my attention, for my forgiveness. I don't care. I don't care. Because at some point, I have to stop caring. I got to care more about me than I have to care about you. And if you're out there just trying to hurt me, then yeah, eventually I'm going to say, all right, I'm done. And I'm there. I am there. Because it seems like no matter how good you are to somebody, they just insist on painting you as a devil. Oh, Jesus Christ, does winning have me fucking trained?
I guess that makes me the devil.
I can't not do it.
I guess that makes me the devil.
Sorry.
See, it just,
Stop eating beans. Bangers and mash. Beans on toast. Stop.
you know what? I'm in some type of mood, so I'm gonna do this.
I deserve good things. I am entitled to my share of happiness. I refuse to beat myself up. I am an attractive person. I am fun to be with.
Because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me.
Good God. Hope you enjoyed that, Lady Awesome. I do. Lady Awesome said, "Aw, sending you healing energy." Thank you, sweetie. I always know when you're sending me energy. It hits me different than everybody else's. As women, mother caregivers, it's in our nature to let everyone think we're okay. It's almost like I don't feel entitled to not be okay. Or if I say I'm not okay, I'm met with, "Oh, well, I hope you feel better." There's no real inquiry. There's no, "Hey, talk to me." There's no matter what you have to say, I'm here to listen. There's none of that. Because everybody talks to other people. And this is going to sound very strange coming from me, I'm actually really, really private. With the important stuff, I keep that all very, very private. So I don't want to tell anybody because there's always that that moment where I'm like, "Oh, I can trust them with this. They're not going to say anything. They promise not to say anything." And then very shortly thereafter, I find out they did go and tell something, because people forget. And I've said this so many times, and I should make a new channel that says I know everything. Everybody tells me everything. I see things that you don't realize I see. I hear things you don't realize I hear. I watch, I observe, and I take in the information, and I'm sitting there going, "Fucking really?" And I may never tell you that I know. That's the very Italian mother in me. I have all the evidence. I want the confession. I'll wait. I have the patience of a saint when I need to. You can't teach kindergartners and not have a huge well of, patience. But yeah, no, I'll wait. I want that confession. I don't want to have to tell you that I caught you out there. I want you to, hold yourself accountable. Admit it. I want you to say, "Okay, this, by the way, this is what happened." I do it. If I talk shit and I'm talking to the person that I talked shit about because I was mad at the moment, I'd be like, "Oh my God, I was talking about you yesterday. I called you a bitch. I called you the I was just mad. I didn't mean it, but I was mad." So I just want you to know that I said that. And I don't feel that way now. But I'll explain myself. Because I feel like transparency is important. Other people don't do that. I get that gossip is a thing. I don't want to be gossiped about. I don't want to be talked about. I don't want to be anybody's drama. The only drama I want is here when we're getting to the meat and bones of it all. And then, we put a laugh on it and we let it go. That's the purpose. This is like, catch the emotion and release it. It's great. And it works for me. But nobody's like talking about like what I say on stream behind the scenes. There's nothing controversial about the stuff that I say. And me putting everything out there tends to take the bite out of everything that anybody could say. What are they going to say? Oh, Shelly, did you hear? Like, Shelly was mean to this person. Yes, and the day ends in a Y. So the fuck what? Like, it's not like I'm not open about it. And you said, I really don't want you to feel this way, Shelly. I love and hope you feel that way. I do. I know. And I'm not saying that you guys don't send me energy and love and care and everything. You do. It's just like, like we said, it's really hard to drain an ocean. Just imagine trying to fill that sucker back up. I have a lot to give. A lot. And I give it all. Like T-Rex was laughing with me the other day because he was like, hey, you don't half-ass. I was like, no, it's the whole ass. I whole ass everything. Because that's the way I've always been. If I hold back, then it's doomed to fail. Whatever I do. So I throw everything I've got into it. And I've got a lot to give. But people don't give back what you give them. Especially the people that, I encounter all the time. Like, they try sometimes. Not that often, but sometimes. But it's nowhere near what I put out. So there's always a deficit. And that deficit over time increases. And pretty soon, my energy and my self-worth are about as shitty as our national debt. Like, that's how bad it gets. Like, it's not something that you can recover from easily. Sometimes it takes a major upheaval. Sometimes it takes a complete crash. That's just how it goes. From humans are social creatures. We need that social interaction with one another. That's the thing. I get social interaction, but for me, that's not always charging. Sometimes that's more draining. Like I said, going on to Jessica's panel, I was so happy to do it and be there and be a part of it and everything and to see my friends. And yet I had 15 minutes where I was in complete anxiety spiral because I didn't know that I had the energy to match them. See, I don't need to have more energy than you. I just need to be able to keep up. And for me, keeping up is like, it's a weird concept because I'm always, all engines running. So I don't know. I love to be social, but I hate it at the same time because it takes so much out of me. Hey, Wolfkinder. Aw, you got here just in time for me to cry. Shock, right? I know. I had YouTube do that to me a couple of days ago. What? Take subs? Oh, to kick you out? Yeah. I was mine at the time. Sheer panic. Oh, honey. Oh, my poor Wolfie. And yeah, I really wanted to put in for the new Stan documentary for Eminem. But they wanted a video of me talking and I balked. Aw. Oh, well, I'm cool with just really loving his music story. Aw. What do you mean they wanted you were going to put in? Oh, they wanted you on camera. Yeah, I don't do that either. From an IT perspective, I suspect that losing subs happens around updates. I think they try to occasionally get rid of bots and dead accounts also. It sucks, though. The TRO was denied, but he goes back on May 8th for the motion, probably 2 to 3 weeks late. Wait, who? What? That judge was just protecting her seat. Could you imagine if she could have granted it? I'm about to drink some ginger tea. Been taking my Lanta. No, my Lanta is too too strong for that. Um, I mean, it's if it helps you, great. But I think my lance is just a little too strong for an ulcer. Sometimes I think it's too harsh on it. You could also try some just regular chicken broth. Add a little extra salt to it. This way, you get like that. You try to like coat the ulcer and like shrink it a little bit. The salt usually helps. For mine, if I have sourdough pretzels, my stomach is very good on sourdough pretzels. It really is. I'm out of ginger candy that I found. Might order some groceries soon. There you go. There's all sorts of things that you could take. I found the ginger peach turmeric tea. You were talking about it in chat, and I found it in the store. It's so good. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. I gotta find the chrysanthemum tea because my allergies are so bad, and it does clear up my lungs a lot. I literally like that's one of the reasons why I'm having a hard time sleeping because once I actually manage to fall asleep, which that's the trick. Second trick is stay that way. And I don't know, my allergies are so bad. Like the snoring is terrible. But then my daughter's like, "You stop breathing." I'm like, "I know." They're heading out because it woke me up. And when I say it, I mean the cat, because Snips literally sits next to me and just pokes me and prods me, and she'll lick my face until I wake up. Mimsy, oh, I'm so glad you laughed. Hey, Mims. Girl, I didn't even see you. This is how out of it I am. At Enumer's ginger tea is a staple for my stomach, too. Yep. Momsy. T-Rex has a million mothers on here. The added turmeric is good too, and yeah, for the inflammation, yeah. Vaulted into should say vaulted. That's a trust people give you, and you need to keep it. Yeah, but they don't. They don't. Even if I want to vault something, it always comes out later. Either I'll be in a mood and they take shit the wrong way and then they just run their mouths like crazy. And it's like, they're like, "Oh, I didn't mean to." No, see, vaulted means vaulted. There's vaulted shit I know about people I can't fucking stand that I've never shared. Believe it or not. But yeah, there's stuff that I won't share with anybody because it was trusted to me. But it's like I'll let other shit go, but if it's vaulted material, no, it'll never leave my brain again. I really don't think you're mean, Shelly. You're honest, and people mistake that as mean because most can't handle the truth, unfortunately. Yeah, well, I guess we'll find that out today. I second what T-Rex message. Oh, thank you. Pete Digits, how you doing, honey? Finkel is Einhorn. When life gives you melons, you might be dyslexic. That was good. I never heard that one. It's that's hilarious. Oh my goodness. See, I love that kind of humor. The cornier the better. And like I love dad jokes. Oh my god, dad jokes are the best. They always make me laugh. Thank you for that, Pete Digits. I needed that. Saying morning to everybody. Alrighty. So yeah, so that's where my head's been at. It's tough to feel like you're being taken for granted. Right now I have this weird feeling it's like this weird foreboding, like I'm going to have a major shift, and not in a bad way, but not in a great way either. I feel like I'm about to be replaced, and I don't know by who. I have an inkling as to who. It's kind of a premonition, and I'm not happy about it. But if you guys have learned anything about me, it's going to be that it's going to upset me. It's going to hurt. I'm going to have 2 or 3 days where I sulk and I go catatonic, and I might even self-harm and whatever. But my outward reaction is going to be, okay, all right, do what you got to do. Like, you suck. But, you know, what am I going to do about it? I don't fight like that. I won't fight for my place in somebody's life. I won't fight to be important. I won't fight to keep them. If you want to go, just go. Just go. I'm not going to try to hold on to anybody. I didn't try to hold on to anybody ever. Because I learned early that people are, in fact, temporary. Sometimes you're not meant to hold on to them. When Tyler Perry did that Medea thing that went around for a while, where she said people are like seasons. Some of them come into your life for an hour, some of them come in for a year, but when it's time for them to go, the best thing you could do is let them go. Let them go. You know, you can cry about it, you can feel sad about it, you can grieve over it, but you got to get the fuck over it, and you can't really fight it. Let them go. And he articulated it in a way I never could before. Because I would, like, my exes, they'd be like, you never cared about me. What are you talking about? You never cared about me. Explain that. Well, I mean, I wanted to leave, and, you know, and we broke up, and you weren't even upset about it. I wasn't upset about it? Really? Have you met me? I wasn't walking the streets like a zombie hysterical. But yeah, no, I was affected, but why would I give you the satisfaction of seeing how affected I was? You already knew you hurt me. Why would I let you see how much you hurt me? For your self-worth? No, I have way too much self-respect for that. As much as I put myself out there, I have so much pride and dignity. I won't let you have that. I won't. You want to go, go. My thing is, I'm not going to hate you. I don't hate people. I say I hate people all the time. I don't. Once I let you go, once I realize you don't want to be there, I emotionally disengage, and I no longer care either. I just don't. And then I'm completely indifferent. Once I stop taking care of somebody, once I stop trying to make sure they're okay all the time, and when you get me to the point where you're like, I don't feel like this is working out, I'll already have been at that stage. I've just been waiting for you to say it. And I'm like, okay. Because there's no real point in me fighting that. You want to go somewhere, go. I want you to be happy. I want to be happy too. If you're miserable with me or you're not happy with me, you're just going to make me unhappy and miserable. What would be the point of that? I want you to be happy. Guess what? I want to be happy too. That's the unsaid part. I want to be happy too. And sometimes I know I'll be a little sad, but I'll be happier or at least more peaceful without you being in my life being miserable because I can feel it. You know, and I don't want to foot the blame for that. If you're miserable around me and I'm not doing anything to make you miserable, you're just miserable, then that's you. It's got nothing to do with me. But if you feel the need to like walk away, then go. Go. But don't lie to me. Don't do things behind my back. That's what I never liked about relationships. Every single one of them, they always thought that I guess they would get themselves set up with somebody or whatever and still keep me there until they were sure that, you know, the other person was going to be around. Then they'd move on. Don't think I don't know when somebody's going behind my back in a relationship, in a friendship, in family, and it happens a lot in my family. But don't think I don't know. I might not know what you're saying or who you're talking to, but I can sense that you've been doing it. Again, behavior patterns, that's what I do. You know, I watch patterns. I pay attention to patterns. When there's a change in that pattern once, it's an anomaly. Twice, maybe it's a bad, you know, week or a bad month. 3 times, you've established that you're different with me. That is a set behavioral change. And I'm going to give it credence. I'm going to pay attention. So even when people think I don't know things, I know them. I don't have to be told. But that was my problem. Like with Billy, it was a thing where all he did was not drive me to work one morning. And I was like, all right, it's probably, you know, it's fine. Never mind that he drove me to work every morning for a year and a half and never missed a beat, even when he was sick. And then out of nowhere, he called the house early one morning and said, I can't drive you to work this morning. Maybe you could walk in with your mom. And I was like, yeah, okay, no problem. And I went to work not thinking anything of it. It was a little strange. And as the day wore on, I was like, he didn't tell me why he couldn't take me to work. Like he always gives me a reason why he does things. So it's like, all right, so why would he not tell me? So he called at lunchtime, you know, like he always did. And I said, hey, I got a question. I was like, well, what happened this morning? Why couldn't you take me to work? He was like, oh, I didn't feel like getting up right away. I was just extra tired and I just wanted a little bit more sleep. I said, oh, okay, no problem. That had never happened before. That was a difference. The second time it was, oh, my car's acting weird. You know, I don't want to take the chance of it breaking down. That was a really bad excuse to use with me since my family owned a fucking gas station. So if you've been having a problem with your car, why haven't you just brought it in? It's not like I'm going to charge you for it. Like, let one of the guys look at it. Hell, I'll look at it. Nope. So that was a bad one. So those started to build up. You know, little things like when we'd hang up the phone at night before I, you know, fell asleep, because I always called him when I got home because I'd be running back from his house. He only lived a block away. I'd run back from his house at like 2 a.m. after like falling asleep, you know, whatever, watching TV with him. And we'd go to hang up and I'd say, all right, I'm going to bed. I love you. And he always, always said, I love you. Just like that. And one night he didn't say it at all. And I was like, what the fuck? And I started thinking about it and I was like, oh my God, he's been shortening his love sentence for like a week. He went from I love you to I love you. Yeah, you too. Love you. Once the love ya came into play, I should have known. And I did have alarm bells, but there was so much going on, I couldn't pick up on it. And then the night that he missed it, I hung up that phone and I literally sat there the rest of the night staring at the phone with my whole head going, what the fuck just happened? Because instantly that alarm went off blaring loud. And I was like, oh, he's done. So then I started putting all the pieces together that whole night. So when I went to work the next day, I had no sleep. I was really irritated. It was a Friday. I was supposed to go out with him that night. And I was at work and I was like, it's almost 5:00. I guarantee he's not picking me up from work today. And I guarantee we're not going anywhere. And he called me at 5 minutes to 5 and said, I thought I would make it, but I got held up at work. I can't pick you up. And it looks like they're going to need me for something tonight. So I don't think we can do what we want to do, but maybe I'll call you when we're done and maybe you come over and we could watch TV and we'll go to sleep or something and, just hang out. And I was like, my head went, told you. But what came out of my mouth? Yeah, hon, no problem. It's all right. No problem. I'll talk to you later. And that was it. I hung up and I went home with my mother and because, we worked together and I was like a zombie and she was like, what's the matter with you? I was like, I'm thinking. She's like, what happened? I was like, nothing. I got a lot of stuff on my mind. And she was like, something happened with Billy. I was like, what do you mean? She said, because you're walking home with me. You walk to work with me. You're walking home with me. You've been walking to work more often with me every day, like every day now. I was like, it's not every day. She's like, no, it's every day. I was like, okay. She said, now you're coming home with me and you're not talking. I was like, I don't feel like talking. She was like, exactly. That's how I know something's wrong with you. I was like, okay. She was like, I knew it. He's probably cheating on you. I was like, thank you, mother. I was like, thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty sure of it. I was like, but if he's not cheating, he's planning on it because he's definitely not focused on me. Like none of that love is coming to me. He barely has time to blink in my direction. So it's like, okay, even when he's with me, I don't feel like he's there anymore. And sure enough, I went home. He called at I think it was 11 o'clock at night and said, hey, what are you doing? Why don't you come over for a little bit? And I said, yeah, sure. So I walked the block to his house and in my head, I'm going, all right. He's always affectionate. He's always sweet. He has patterns. He does certain things. I don't think he's going to do that tonight, Jill. I think he's calling you over to just get his one last one in, and that's going to be it. And sure enough, I went to his house and he didn't offer me anything to drink. He didn't hand me a cigarette, which he always did. Like the minute I walked in, he would literally be lighting the cigarette and then just hand it off to me. he had a bag of my things. He said, "Oh, I cleaned my room." And I was like, "Okay." And he goes, "I had a lot of your stuff here." I was like, "Did you really?" And he was like, "Yeah." So he had like this bag full of, okay, so my bras, ton of bras. He had a pair of my earrings. He had my watch that I had taken off like earlier in the week, and I guess like I forgot to put it back on. And he had like a couple, videos that he had borrowed, and like everything I had ever left there was in that bag. And then he was instantly on me. And I was like, "You're kind of like, you're in a mood." And he was like, "Yeah, I just want to try some whatever." And I was like, "Okay." So it was like his big hurrah going out. Like, and he did do things that he didn't do before. Um, and it was just like, okay. And it was like everything was over and done with by like 12:30. I mean, he was a quick shot. And this is with foreplay and talk and everything else. And instead of us laying down and falling asleep like we always did, he was like, "All right, so I have a really busy day tomorrow." And I just looked at him and I said, "Okay, I'm out." I was like, You get a good night's sleep." And he was like, "Okay." And I left and I didn't say I love you. I didn't say anything. I was just like, "All right, good night." And I left. I went home. I called him when I got home and said, "I'm home." And he goes, "All right, night." Click. That was it. Like he didn't even wait for me to say goodnight. And like I put all my stuff away and I spent the whole night awake. And in the morning, I get a phone call. The phone rang, and I told my grandmother, "Don't answer it. I'll get it." She's like, "Why?" I said, "Because it's Billy." She said, "How can you know that?" I said, "Because I know." And I went over, and she's on the other side of the kitchen counter. And I picked up the phone, and I was like, "Hello." And he was like, "Hey, how you doing? What's up? What's going on?" He was like super hyper. And I was like, "Nothing." I was like, "It's real early." I was like, "It's Saturday morning." And he was like, "Yeah." He was like, so yeah, so I said, "Billy, do me a favor, just say it." And he was like, "What?" I said, "Whatever you called to say, just say it." And he said, "It doesn't feel right anymore." I said, "All right." And he's trying to like have a conversation, like, "Don't you feel so?" I was like, "No, I'm good. Like, you said what you had to say." Like, he was like, "Well, it just doesn't feel right anymore." I said, "Okay, that's it." Yep. Well, I still want to be friends. I was like, "Bye, Bill." That was it. I hung up the phone. Here's a hint. When I called him Bill, it meant I had no affection on the line right there. Like I was done. But I knew. See, I knew the pattern had changed, and it was just a matter of time. He just had to grow balls enough to tell me. I don't know what he thought I was going to do. I don't know what he thought I was going to say, but I didn't give him the satisfaction of any of it. And I remember hanging up, and I cried for like days, but I didn't let him see that. I didn't let anybody see that. The only one who knew that I was crying for days was Tommy. And by like, it was like Easter. It was like the third. I'm not saying it was Easter. I'm saying on the third day, Tommy was like, "All right, that's enough bullshit. We're going out for a drink and we're going to go play pool." I was like, "I don't want to." He was like, "No, we're going." And out we went. And I explained the whole thing to him and everything. And he was like, "Well, you're saying." I was like, "Yeah, saying doesn't really apply right now." Because I always used to say the best way to get over somebody is get under somebody else. And I was like, "It's not like it this time." I was like, I was actually like in love with him. And he was like, "Well, you've been in love before." I was like, "No." I was like, "It's him and Christine. That's it. That's the only two people I ever felt anything like that for." And he was like, "So you're not going to just, you know, get under somebody. I was like, no. He was like, so you don't want me to like, I said, no, I actually want you to be a friend to me. I don't need your dick today. Thank you very much. And he was just like, all right. He was like, but I can still make you laugh. I was like, because you're an asshole. I was like, but yeah, you make me laugh. But I mean, that's what Tommy and I, that was our relationship. It was like, he was an asshole and he did it on purpose to make me laugh because he always made me laugh. He just doesn't make me laugh now because apparently the only thing he could talk about is Jesus. I love Jesus as much as the next person, probably more. That doesn't mean I don't have other things to talk about. You know how it is. They want to like push the religion down your throat. And it's just like, I'm already religious. I'm already spiritual. I can't help it if it looks different from you. We all love and devote ourselves in our own way. I'm not comfortable showing my level of devotion because I curse all the time. I make dick jokes. I talk about blowjobs. People are like, you can't, because I understand those two things can exist in me at the same time. Other people have a problem with that. They're like, oh, that's hypocritical. You're saying that you're spiritual, but then you say all this shit. Guess what? I have an understanding with God. He made me. Yes, he gave me free will, but he also gave me quite a few like ways of thinking that are specific to me. I believe that God did that. There's that meme that has God over like a cauldron or like a pot of soup that, is supposed to contain your soul and your essence. And he puts in a little bit of sarcasm, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. And sometimes he overdoes it. I honestly, truly believe that he puts that kind of thought into each of us, into our creation. So people who are born evil, I believe the purpose of them being born evil is because they affect other people. They bring out the hidden strengths in other people. They serve as a tool almost. Not a great tool. I wish there was a different way of doing it. But sometimes it has to be done that way. I do believe that that's all in his plans. But I believe that whatever we are inside, God put that there. He's not ashamed of who I am. He's not ashamed of what I do. I don't even think he looks down on what I do or what I say. I don't take the teachings of the Bible as absolute 100%. You cannot deviate at all because they're not written directly by God. They're written by man. And even though God is speaking through man is still fallible. He still has the free will and the interpretation and the ability to change things. His perception is what's in the Bible. The people's perception that wrote them. That's what's in the Bible. I'm not going to judge myself based on your perception. So I'm going to go and talk to God direct. And whatever energy and message I get from him, that's what I'm going to put my faith and my belief in. I joke all the time and I look at the sin. I'm like, but why? Why, God? Why do you hate me? Why? What did I do to you? Like this in my last life, was I like a horrible freaking person? Like, I mean, whose cornflakes did I pee in? Like, was it yours? I mean, like, let me know. But I joke because I think that that's what God understands me to be. He understands my sarcasm. He understands the way I speak. He understands what's in my heart. He understands my intention. And he knows that the people and the world he put me in affect my outward communication, what I put out there for others to see. What I keep inside, that's for what I keep him to see. I don't hold myself back in that way. And I think that's how he made me. I think he intentionally made me that way because it does benefit a lot of people for me to be that way. It doesn't always benefit me, but it does benefit a lot of people. I think that that's useful. I think he gets that. You can't have this many people walking around on this rock and have everybody be completely righteous and completely, by the book, because there would be nothing left to learn. If you don't have people who make mistakes and who have a potty mouth or who, say things that make you go, oh, like, what are you learning? If you don't learn, you don't grow. If you don't grow, you don't learn more about him. You don't accept more of him. So he wants you to encounter these things through life. He wants you to learn and grow and be better. The free will is the ability that he gives us to make our own decisions, whether we're going to be good or bad in that moment. That's a decision. That's, like what we've done. But there are other factors involved. He understands complex thoughts. He understands complex actions and situations in a way that most other people can't, because I believe he sees everything. So he sees all the pieces of the puzzle. And I don't feel condemned by God. I don't. Not in any way, shape, or form. I feel closer to him now than I probably ever did. But it doesn't make me feel afraid like it did as a kid. I'm not afraid of God. Do I want to piss God off? No. No, I really don't. Because he can get wrathful, but I'm not afraid that he's judging every little thing I do. I think he knows who I am. The judgment was made at the time of my creation. He knew how I would turn out. He knows how I will turn out. I don't think my free will really messes with that at all. I think it's all predetermined to a point. Like the plan and all the steps are the same, but it's the things we do in between that he's like, go ahead, go for it. Have fun. Do what you gotta do. You'll figure it out. Or you won't, and then we'll have a talk later. That's how I see God. God's like, oh, Michelle, don't do that. All right, you'll learn. You might need the lesson again, but you'll learn. We're getting there. All right. All right, we'll go over it again. The same way I taught my kindergartners. Scaffolding. He's taken me through life to the next level. And if I haven't learned the lesson, well, he's not going to skip to the next one, because the next one hinges on what I learned before. So he goes back and makes me repeat it until I learn the lesson. I'm a slow learner when it comes to that kind of stuff. But I do learn. I do. That was a tangent I didn't expect. Go back. Oh Lord, I talked for a bit. I'm going back. There we go. No, that's not it. Okay, we got P Digit saying good morning to everybody. Jesus, wow, I really soliloquied. Okay. Wolfram, same here with secrets. I've held some secrets for so long, I forgot what they were. I do that when people are like, did you tell this person? Tell them what? They're like, did you tell them about what about it? You remember? I told, no, I really didn't remember. So I'm not the one that told. Are you sure? Because I didn't remember what the hell you were talking about. So you explained it. Then it was like, oh, okay. There's like some vague memory. Usually when you tell me to vault something, one of the ways I vault it is I put it away and forget it. Because that's the easiest way to not tell somebody something, is if you don't fucking remember it. So it's just like, all right. I lock it away and it's on a shelf somewhere, like behind a, like ugly vase from my Aunt Veronica or whatever. But that's just, and yes, my head works in two ways. One, it's a giant like library. There's just books everywhere. full of everybody's stories, my stories, all the knowledge that I've acquired. But there's couches, there's lamps. It's like a very old, warm, dark library. And everything I have pretty much is in a card catalog. And I literally can pull up those memories like that. Just boom, 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 boom. And that's how I organize my brain. That's how my thoughts are organized. So when I say I have too many thoughts, think of when you look at the book return after like finals or, whatever at a college, and you see this mountain of books. Add Harry Potter in there, where the books in the library are floating from shelf to shelf to shelf to shelf, and then put it on 10 times speed. That's my brain when it's not organized, when I have too much going on. All you're doing is getting hit in the head with fucking flying thoughts. Like, that's all you're doing. It's just book, smack, 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 smack. So, yeah, no, like if I forgot is the best thing for you. It means I put it in a little book that you can't see. It's behind like, something on a shelf somewhere. It's not even with the other books, and it's hidden, and just don't worry about it. When I die, somebody might find it, but I doubt they'll understand what I wrote. Amber, summary. Are you saying it's summary out? Hi, Amber. By the way, that was a delayed reaction. I'm sorry. I'm very slow today. As you can tell, I've been very like la 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 la. Don't do any of that shit. Okay. Whatever shit you don't want me to do. Okay, I won't do it. I won't do it. Mimsy, I've heard of that expression too. Yes, let them go, as painful as it is. P digits. Relationships or work, you gotta want to be with that person, no matter how bad the mother-in-law is. Oops, I ended a sentence with a preposition. I do that all the time. I used to do that in school. It drove my teachers crazy. But that's all right. It's grammatically incorrect, but it's conversationally sound. But yeah, see, I had a great mother-in-law. I just had a sucky husband. I wish I didn't divorce the family when I divorced him. They wished it too. No worries, P digits. Protocol to do that. It's you too, protocol, do that. Here come all the fire engines. It means somebody in my building doesn't know how to cook. Wait, isn't it a linking verb? Am, is, are, was, were. Preposition will fit into the sentence. The mouse went blank that. Log over under course besides her. I swear I'm not a grammar Nazi anymore. Okay, so I had a teacher who had a fit over our reading book in 4th grade. The name of the reading book, because reading was a subject, if you remember, was A Lizard to Start With. And she wrote it on the board and said, I have a real problem with your grammar book, your reading book, being titled this. A Lizard to Start With. She said, because it shouldn't end with a preposition. This should say a lizard with which to start. Now, this is 1984. And I fucking remember it 40 years later. Who does that? Who does that? That's why, okay, yes, I say I forget, but if you do tell me something that's important, I'll never let it go. It'll always be there. It'll always be there. Despite Lyme disease and all that shit, it will always be there. It's the newer stuff that I forget. But yeah, I don't like that. A lizard to start with. That's not proper grammar. It ends with a preposition. It should be a lizard with which to start. And I fucking can't forget that she said that, Miss Lupino. God, what a bitch she was. And I had her 4th and 6th grade. But yeah, it was 1983 because it was the beginning of the year. And every year I went to grammar school, the grade was the end of the year was the grade that I was in. So if the year ended in 84, I was in 4th grade, which when I started in 83. That's how I remember it. But yeah, I was less than 10 years old. So more than 40 years ago, and it's still a memory. I can't. Like sometimes I want to take my brain and throw it out the window. Guys, Bob, good gorgeous humans. How you doing, honey? I stopped in on your stream last night, left you a like, but I wasn't feeling very talkative. I was also in the middle of winning stream. I wasn't on here. I was in the chat, but I wanted to stop in and, I wanted to say hi, but instead I just left you a like, gave you some view time, and off I went. But it was good. I love the hair color. Oh my goodness. Ooh la la. Very nice. Very nice. She's all fiery and that's a really nice red. How do you change that aid? I have shit. What? How do you change that shit? I don't know. I don't know what shit you're talking about. I'm very confused. And yeah, be right back. Have a short meeting. Well, hurry back, honey. I'll miss you. Got his pub. Where's Billy at? Oh no, Billy is my mother's superintendent for her building. Because Hoboken sucks. I hate this town. I can't shake a stick without hitting an X. It's terrible. And the thing is, most of my exes now live out of town, but of course that one had to fucking stay. That one had to be the super for my mother's building. And that one had to keep me from getting an affordable apartment there, a 3-bedroom, because his wife don't like me. Apparently you can't even say my name in his house without her starting to fucking fit and screaming and whatever. It's like, I don't know why she hates me. She's the one that cheated. She made him cheat on me with her. Wasn't the other way around. Suzanne, hey, honey, how are you? Hope you're feeling better. I hope you got some rest. And I hope that what you were doing this morning worked out. I hope that's all done. So I did say prayers for you, and I did cross my fingers. But I didn't answer because I was half asleep when I saw it. So yeah, I hope everything worked out for you. Hey Suzanne, can see chat, but have to be able to hear this bullshit cold work. Girl, fuck that job. Suzanne T3, you need Jesus. That's Grimmy's line. I swear to God, since the day Grimmy met me, he was like, Shelly needs Jesus. I love her energy, but Shelly needs Jesus. He would just stop in on one of my streams and be like, you need Jesus, and leave. Always made me laugh. It became a thing. Everybody would be like, oh, Shelly needs Jesus. Yes, I do. What's funny is I did a video once about my walk with God. How very personal it's always been for me. The ups and downs and everything. And I really I was very open about how I see God, my relationship with God, Jesus, the Holy Spirit, Mary, the saints, angels, everything. And quite a few people watched it. The surprise came from Divinity. Because she actually said, I watched that video. She was like, I listened to everything. I was really surprised. She was like, it was very moving. She was like, I didn't expect that from you. And see, that's the thing. That's what happens. Like, I was very happy that she, was affected by it. I was happy that she saw that there was more beyond what's being put out to the world. And she appreciated the fact that I was so open about it. And that really, it meant something to me. It touched me. And and not in that way. I'm not being all weird, but it meant a lot to me. It did. And it's obviously it did because I remember her saying it. It's a very vivid memory for me. And I don't usually give that kind of detail and clarity to something that's not important. So at the time, and still, it was an important memory to me. But she said that, and it made me realize that a lot of people don't think that I have any spirituality, let alone the level that I have, or the depth of belief that I have. I'm one of those people who you would think I've never said a prayer in my life or whatever. I pray all the time. I have an open line of communication with God. I don't feel like he's ever not listening. If he's too busy, which I don't believe exists really, I'm sure sometimes he needs a break from me. I have the Archangel Michael who is always with me. That's the only thing that explains the fact that I've lived through most of the things that I've lived through. You see that meme of the angel, like they're like, this is my guardian angel with like the hand over the eyes, like, oh my God, this bitch. Like, I swear to God, Michael's like, I threw the devil down to hell, but your work. like you wear me out. Like, girl, stop doing these things. I can't catch you every time. But I really do think he's like, I know that I threw the devil down there and I am the shit as far as angels go, but you're a lot. Like you're a lot, Shell. But I don't feel like they're ever not there. So I do. I have a lot. I have a lot of spirituality to me. I just don't ascribe to what they tell me to do on the mortal plane. The sins and everything, yes, I understand all that, but I don't think that there is a mortal on this planet who has the right to tell me what my belief system should look like. Because I'm a lot more accepting of people than these fucking so-called priests are. I love the flaws in people. I love that they fuck up because I think it makes them better people. I do. I just went into that. I think God makes you so that you make mistakes, so that you learn and grow, and you don't need the tree of knowledge. Life is your tree of knowledge. That's why when you learn something, it usually hurts. It almost feels like a punishment that you're going through, but you learn the lesson. Eve ate of the apple and then she was thrown out of paradise. She was punished. She felt the pain. She suffered. Pretty sure she learned the lesson. Everything we do is a bite from the fruit of that tree. That's how he teaches. I think it could have been different, but I think that was the precedent that was set. That was the boilerplate. That was the template for life. You're going to try something that you probably shouldn't, and it might hurt. It might feel good. It might be delicious on one hand, but you're going to pay for it dearly. But you're going to learn the lesson. I don't go and read the Bible and go, oh, yeah, I have to do it exactly as it's written. No, I take away the entire thing that I've just read. And then I turn it into how does that apply? How have I seen that in action in my life? I find evidence of it. And then I look at the evidence and I say, is this really evidence that shows that this is correct? Or am I just looking for things to back up what this is saying? Which is it? Is it all this has happened, so I believe this, or I believe this and all of this happened? Which one is it? Sometimes it's one, sometimes another, sometimes it's a mix. Either way, I'm still on the journey, so I have time to figure it out. I think once I do have it figured out, then my time is over. So I'm willing to keep learning the lessons because it keeps me on this earth. But I don't believe there is one mortal being on this earth, no matter how good their intentions, no matter how divine they are, that can tell me or judge me for my belief system. Because they can't gauge my love for the divine. They can't gauge my respect for the universe. They can't gauge my ability to give and feel and receive energy. They can't feel what I feel inside. They don't know my capabilities. Only I know that. And you don't speak your capabilities all the time because people look at you funny and think you're weird. And they want to label you. They think, oh, you think too much of yourself, or oh, you're selfish, or oh, you're delusional. Oh, you're out of touch with reality. You know, no, I'm not. I know reality because my reality is different than yours. My perception is different than yours. My capabilities are different than yours because I don't know who you truly are inside. I only know what you show me. I know who I am inside. I just don't know how to show everybody else. That's the struggle. That's what we do. We wake up every day trying to show who we really are, but we lie, to ourselves and to each other. It's not an intentional, like, malevolent kind of lie. It's more of, I don't have this ability right now. Or I don't know how. I'm getting there though. So you put up like a front. You try to lead or distract or whatever with something else. But we all have that road that we're going down. We all wake up and go, hey, maybe I'll be a little better today. Maybe I'll feel a little better. Maybe I'll understand a little more. Maybe somebody will understand me. How do you feel when you say something and you see that somebody just gets it? It's the best feeling. Not that they relate to you, not that they sympathize with you. They understand you. I think one of the most commonly said phrases in the world is, you just don't understand. You don't understand. This is because we're always constantly trying to explain. Like, you need to get it. I just want you to get it. When you fall for somebody, what's one of the things that if they say, well, what made you fall in love with that person? They just get me. Because it's what we're chasing. We want to be understood. We want somebody to go, I understand you. I see you. I see you exactly as you are. And I love you regardless. I love you because of who you are, not in spite of who you are. That's what we search for. That's what we chase. That feeling is more addictive than any drug on the planet. So these people who tell me, oh no, you have to do this, you have to do that, they want to label me. I don't like labels because you have no idea who I am. I would love to show you. I don't know how, and I'm afraid because the first thing you want to do is put a label on it. You want to jump the gun. This is not a one-trick pony. It's not a one-act show. This is the longest running miniseries in history. It's my life. And it's constantly evolving. It's constantly unfolding. There's always more to learn. I'm always changing. I'm never going to be a stagnant creature. Who I am today, I wasn't a year ago. Who I am today, I wasn't the same 5 years ago. 10 years ago, I was vastly different. 20, I only had one kid. I was so different. So different. Moving back from Kansas and just, newly divorced, and Katie, couldn't walk anymore at all. I was very different. I was very angry, very unsure, very hurt, and very, very broken. I didn't believe in anything, including me. And yeah, I was mad at God. I didn't want to talk to God. We needed a timeout because I felt betrayed. It took me having my son, it took me getting pregnant with my son for that to change. Everybody else saw it as this horrible thing that, oh my God, she's pregnant again. Mind you, I only had one kid and I was 30. Well, I was 32. And they were like, oh, she's never going to be able to do this. I can't believe she fucked up again. And blah. Bro, like, people make mistakes. I'm never going to say that conceiving my son was a mistake. I will do it again and again and again and again and again. He was the light of my life, especially then. I mean, he is every day. He drives me crazy. He's the only person who has the ability to break me down with a look where he just shatters my heart, and then he'll hug me and it just zoop, goes right back together again. You know, it's not the same as before, but you know, it's always there. God damn it, there's a fruit fly in here. What happens when you buy tons of fruit and the kids forget to put it away? I have one fucking fruit fly and it's driving me crazy. But yeah, being pregnant with him, I swear to God, he cleansed my soul. I think the purity of him purified something in me that had darkened so much over time. I owe that child everything because I was a completely different person afterwards. And I made up with God. We made up. We had a talk that broke me down. I was literally on my knees, begging to be forgiven, begging for him to don't ever just let me just stumble on my own again. I don't talk about religion a lot because it affects me so deeply. I'm literally moved to tears every time. I'm that girl who hears gospel music and I'm crying like 2 minutes in, and that's it. And I'm completely lost. It could be the most joyous music you've ever heard. It will move me to tears. Not sad tears, just it will literally overwhelm me with emotion. In those moments, it's like I can feel the hand of God on me. I feel like my spiritual cup overflows because it's so affecting that I literally feel it in every bit of me. It's not, it radiates from the center of my chest, literally like I have a sun burning in my chest, and the light, the energy radiates out and it takes over, and it's so overwhelming that you can't help but be caught up in like this awe, this magnificence, and it moves me to tears. It does. It overwhelms me. And then I just kind of, you know, I savor it a second and I release it, and I feel like it helps the world. It's like I get this huge surge of light and I just let it out. And it goes where it has to go, where it's meant to go, where it's most needed. But it was mine. It flowed through me. It God gave me that. He inspired that in me. And I get to release that to the world, and somebody else gets to feel that next. These are things people don't expect from me. They expect dick jokes. They don't expect me to be that affected by divine energy, divine thought. You know, people talk to me about, the energy of the universe. They talk to me about, oh, well, you know God. You would feel it if you felt God. Do you not think that God created the energy of the universe? Do you not think he has a million systems in place to watch over and to take care of everybody and to handle things and to create teachable moments and stuff like that? I think he's got many, many things. The universe, he created the universe. So do I believe that the universe has an energy and an ability to hear us and listen and manifest? Yes, because the universe is made from divine energy. Literally the creation of God, from God himself. Why would anybody doubt that the universe has the ability to change your moods, to change your circumstances, to affect you? Of course it does. Of course it does. But they try to explain it and break it down into some scientific thing. God is not scientifically explainable. You can't capture energy like his because it's literally in everything. We're the fish in the ocean that don't notice the water because we're in it. That's why I get upset when people are like, I don't believe in God. I'm like, okay, I get that maybe you don't have like a belief in one single solitary God. Maybe you believe in many. Again, I believe he created those belief systems because there are people whose minds don't work that way. The way that would gear them toward one God. So I don't think anybody's belief is wrong. I think you have to believe in a higher power. I think he lets you do that. But to go against that and just believe that you're just, you're some chemical, biological thing that somehow, bursts into existence from the Big Bang. I mean, okay, the Big Bang, where'd the Big Bang come from? Everything has a creator. Everything came from something else. Nobody can show me the beginning. The Big Bang Theory. I don't see anything wrong with the Big Bang Theory. All right. When you play pool, somebody's got a break. You think God didn't cut the break? I mean, that's what he did. He set it all up and said, okay, 1, 2, 3, boom. Earth went that way. Mars went that way. Venus went that way. We got the Milky Way over here. You got this galaxy over here. I believe it's multi-layer, multi-dimensional. I don't think time exists. I think, time is a person construct. It's a mortal construct. God doesn't operate on our time. He just lets us organize our lives the way we need to. But I don't think he created, like 24 hours in a day. No, like things are just emotion. And we try to explain them and you can't. You don't know your parents' secrets. Why would you know God? It's not the knowledge of him that I think is important. It's just the belief. That hope. I believe it's sitting there and going, there's something bigger than all of us. There's something. I can't put my finger on it. You don't have to. You don't have to explain it. Just feel it. Go with it. Make your life the best you can and don't get hung up in the, I don't have proof. You know, when it comes to God, you don't need proof. You're the proof. Flowers are proof. Air is proof. Because it didn't just pop out of existence out of nothing. You can't create anything out of nothing. Not something this vast and complex and ongoing. I believe only God could do that. Yeah, then everybody, there's always that one person that's like, well, then who created God? I don't know. I don't know. I don't have any of those answers. But God's as far back as I can go without my brain breaking. So that's as far back as I'm going. That's what I'm going to base it on. My beliefs and my actions and my thoughts. I go back to God. If there's something that comes before him, is it possible? Sure. Do I believe there's something before him? Belief? No. I mean, there's ideas, but there's no belief. But I believe in God. That's as far back as I can go. So that's my starting point. Everybody's got a starting point. In my mind, that's my starting point. Hey, Shell, blowjob talk is one of my sins too. Girl, I mean, talking is good. Doing is better. Wolf from Under Snow again. See, I can switch from talking about God to blowjobs literally in the same sentence. And it feels perfectly natural to me. Somebody else would be like, oh my God, she's so sacrilegious. She's so blasphemous. Shut up. Like, don't be so judgy. Sorry to hear that. Hey, Suzanne. Wolfram, we were wearing shorts yesterday outside, woke up to a winter wonderland. Oh my goodness. Susie, how much snow did you get? Amber Ella, I love this interpretation. Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying it, honey. I mean, I get up here and talk to get the thoughts out of my head, but I am trying to, make people think. I'm not trying to teach so much as I'm trying to get you thinking. I'm trying to get you looking at yourself and examining who you are and maybe learning who you are and why you do the things you do. Wolfram said, we have thunderstorms coming in this afternoon and temps will drop 10 degrees afterwards. Ours are dropping 20 degrees. It's supposed to be low 50s tomorrow. Low 50s, high 40s. And we're supposed to have thunderstorms. I would love thunderstorms. I love thunderstorms. But, I mean, the more lightning, the better. But we haven't had shit. Like, we've had gray, dreary spring rain. That's it. We're like the really good storms. Yeah, yesterday sunny and 62, frosty last night, 31 degrees. Yeah, these poor plants don't know what to do. They're like Anne Heche. I'm in, I'm out, I'm in, I'm out. Well, now they're dead. That was terribly dark humor. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Anne Heche, wherever you are, don't haunt me. But not because I'm afraid that you'll haunt me and because I'm afraid I offended you, because I didn't like you when you were alive, and I certainly don't want to visit from you when you're dead. I just didn't like her. Damn it, just lost power in the middle of an important phone call, went dead. God damn it. I'm sorry, honey. Gotta stop. Thanks, darling. Allergies are killing me. I luggage for you and me. Oh, I have luggage for you and me under my eyes. Oh, I'm sorry, honey. Yeah, I don't get bags under my eyes, but I don't. My face feels puffy. I don't like it. Like, when your skin's just a little too tight. That's what it feels like right now. Like my skin feels stiff. I think I just need. I need a facial. Suzanne, you're an Italian Catholic. You got religion to spare. I do. Wolfram said, each person works out their own salvation with God. I believe so. I do. T-Rex said the Bible says only God is able to truly judge a person. I try my hardest not to judge people. I fail all the time, but I'm trying not to do it as much. But that's the thing. You don't learn until you fail. You don't learn from your success. You learn from your failures. You celebrate your success. Then you move on to the next project. You ever notice that? When you succeed at something, you're like, okay, that's done. What's next? It's not like you keep succeeding at the same thing and you never go anywhere else. You're like, okay, I'm good here. I've mastered this. Time to move on to, something else. But you're always taking on things that you have to continually work at. That's how we're built. You tell me all the time to stop labeling myself. I do, because I think you limit yourself when you do it. Mimsy said, oh, you're such a sweetie, T-Rex. Yes, he is. Agreed, Wolfie, your relationship with God is personal. Yep. T-Rex. How is it I caught up that quick? Y'all just stopped talking? I guess so. I guess I bored you to death. That's all right. This is mostly me getting everything out of my head anyway. Yep. You guys just didn't say anything for like 20 minutes. Damn. All right. Well, that's what I had to say about that. I'm sure there'll be more. Something. Thank you, Wolfram. Nice to know you're listening. All right. So, attachment styles. All right. So I wrote this one out. Let's see. Love needs constant work, commitment, and caring, as well as honest communication. There are several types of attachment styles that we can ascribe to and learn from. One, there's secure attachment style, where you feel comfortable opening up and sharing vulnerability with your partner. You give them the freedom to be themselves. You have the freedom to be yourself. There's still bumps in the road. There's conflicts and disagreements, but you're able to talk them out together without fear or blame. The goal is to problem solve, not perform personal attacks. This is a highly resilient attachment style, but it does not indicate perfection. That was really important to me, because you can have a healthy attachment style where you're not jumping to conclusions. You're not, keeping things from somebody out of fear that they're not going to like it, or that they're going to give up on you because, like they don't like what they hear or whatever. You're open, you're honest, you're able to talk, but it's not perfect. It's not like every day is going to be smooth sailing. It's not like you're going to go, we went years without ever disagreeing. You can't. You can't be that in sync with somebody without being a little disingenuous to your own wants, needs, and thoughts. There's going to be things that they like that you don't. There's going to be things you do that they don't like. There's going to be things you don't want to do together, things you're not interested in together. There's going to be arguments. There's going to be little bumps. There's going to be financial hurdles. There's going to be this. There's always going to be little things here and there. This attachment style is just about being able to identify them, address them, fix them, and move on without having them become a weapon in the future. That attachment style doesn't have emotional manipulation as a standard. There's always going to be some level of emotional manipulation, because that's how humans are. It's human nature to say what you need to say to get what you need. Like that. Sometimes you do it a little. Some people live that way. Like, people don't understand. Like they like to say something, again, labels. They don't give it, and I hate that I'm using this word, the nuance level that it's deserved. There are layers, there are levels, there are degrees to which things are done. Everybody falls somewhere on this really long sliding spectrum. But people like to say, oh, well, all manipulation is bad. I don't think so. I don't think manipulation is bad. I think manipulation is a verb. And I think it's a label people use to get out of doing things or to blame somebody else. When they want somebody to feel guilty or to do something, they tell them, well, you manipulated me. You're manipulating them right now, literally. Like, that's what you're doing. You're doing what you're accusing somebody else of. But because it makes you feel better, you want to stand there and be like, oh, I'm doing it because I want to expose that they're a manipulator. But it doesn't make you less manipulative. It just makes your intention different, but not by much. Your perception is that you're different. But if you were to write it out on paper, it's not different at all. And to an outsider, it looks pretty fucking similar. But your perception is that you're the better person because you're not doing it to hurt anybody but the person that hurt you. And you're not really trying to hurt them. You're just trying to expose them to warn other people. You know, you can slap a different name on it. You could put another reason in front of it. Doesn't make that reason untrue, but it's not the only reason you're doing it. It's just the only one you're willing to cop to and share. It's the one you want people to see and focus on. So that's the one you put forward. But there's always underlying reasons that you don't let people in on. Everybody works that way. It's human nature. It's part of our survival kit. Like, it's what we do, but to different degrees and for different reasons. T-Rex said, no, Shell, you gave us a lot to think about. It's not that you're boring us. Also, I'm driving. Little tips are necessary, else it means you don't care enough to work the stuff out with your friends or partners, and that's scary in the end of relationships. It is. But like secure attachment, and I can honestly tell you, in all the things that I've read, secure attachment is not common. Really not. The further we move away from solid families, and this is a pattern that I've seen over, like, I was looking at different like scenarios where they were trying to give like examples of attachment, and I kept like going back and going back and going back. And it seemed like the tighter the family unit and the less distractions outside the home, where the home was where everyone went for their needs. They went there for food, clothing, care, solace, comfort, entertainment, connections, love. They found that in the home. They didn't have to go out, you know, to go do this and go do that and da-da-da-da-da. They weren't running around. There was a time for your friends. There was a time for school. There was a time for work. But family time was where they found who they were, and they found strength there. There was a security that was to be found there in the home, even in bad homes. But like, the more you stayed with your family, the more secure you tended to be in your relationships, because you didn't have all these transient people in your life. You had a constant support system that was right there. So the further back I went, where families were more tight knit, they were healthier, they were more traditional, you know, they were there for one another, the more secure relationships came out of them, because the expectations were different. The standards were different. The modeling that they saw was different. And when I say expectations, it's not, oh, I expect you to read my mind. I expect you to be the provider. I expect to be the caregiver. I expect you to pay the bills on time, to be able to, to tell me this is what we're doing. Yes, I want to do this as a family. I expect you to lead this family. I expect to be the heart of this family. I expect you to be strong. I expect to be, the backup. I'm strong in a different way than you're strong. Everybody had a defined role that they were able to say, oh, I can do that. And they focused on that role. They did their job and the machine ran well. It put out good product. The further away we got from that, the more outside things we let in, the more distractions, the more, influence that we took from other cultures, other, sexualities, other lifestyles, other, thought processes. Like the more we took in, the more it corrupted that bond that the family had, because they had understanding. They had very specific roles and everything ran perfect, and not perfect, but it ran well, and they were putting out good product. They were putting out good people. The more distractions we take in, squirrel, I know. But no, the more they took in, the more corrupted and corrosive like those distractions and outside influences became. And it broke down bonds between family members to where they were like, oh, we don't have to all believe the same thing. We don't have to all share this. We don't have to all share that. And they'd go share it because you want to connect with people. They'd share it with people outside their family. They would share it with people outside their culture, outside their neighborhood, outside their religion, outside this. And it would change the dynamics to the point where those puzzle pieces that were perfectly fit together before, now they're no longer, able to fit together. They're not even playing the same game. They're not the same puzzle. The picture is completely different. And it went from being a Norman Rockwell to a Picasso. And now what do we have? We have mosaics. We have broken mosaics at best. And it's the attachment style that happened more likely in the older generations, the more secure attachment style, the more this is my person. I love them. They love me. I trust them. They trust me. We're going to argue. We're going to hit bumps. We're going to even not like each other a little bit sometimes, but the love and the commitment is there. And we're both okay with that. We're both sure of that. So we can talk to one another without being worried that they're going to be out the door the next day. Because they were committed to each other. There wasn't an out. If you don't have an easy out, you have to deal with what's going on now. You have to fix the problems because they're not going to go away. You can't just break up with somebody and be like, oh, it just wasn't working out. What wasn't working out? Oh, it was just too much to deal with. Really? Because nothing is new in this world. Somebody else has been through it. And I'm pretty sure if you tried, you could figure out how to work it out. There are exceptions to every rule. Don't get me wrong. I never think I try to never think in absolutes, which of course is an almost absolute statement in and of itself. But I do try to not think in absolutes because I do think there are exceptions to every rule. It's the beauty of life. It's the variety. I'm not going to say the diversity because they killed that word for me. But there's the variety of life that really you can't live without that. You just can't. You won't learn. There's that saying, doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result is the very definition of insanity. And I think that's the exact same thing with if everybody was the same and everything was perfect, we would all be crazy. because there's nothing making you think. You're just thinking the same thing over and over and over and over and over, and that makes you crazy. Just saying. So you do need diversity of thought. You need variety of thought, variety of action, variety of sensation. But yeah, there is a definite correlation between the families being closer and being together and working things out. And now there's very little out there that adds to or helps create a secure attachment style. The world today literally runs on anxiety, I think. Used to run on Duncan, but now it runs on anxiety. All right, so the second style is anxious. And I was reading all the different ways that they describe the anxious attachment style. And it's kind of like a preoccupied kind of thing. That would be the better word for me. Not so much anxious as preoccupied. These are the daydreamers. These are the people who see things that aren't there, or who romanticize and fantasize everything in their life. I wrote, there's a high chance of romantic, fantastic thinking, romanticizing a relationship, basing it on a fantasy image. On a fantasy image of the situation. This is where you get like the fairy tale shit with the Prince Charming and White Knights and Snow White and Perfect Girls, and that's what's driving this type of attachment behavior, this attachment style, because you don't have anything else to base it on. So what did you grow up looking at? Did you grow up on romantic stories? Did you, are you more fantasy based in your thinking? If you meet somebody, are you automatically projecting your thoughts into the future and imagining what it's going to be like 20 years from now when you guys are, like you're welcoming your first grandchild into the world or whatever? Like, is that the type of person you are? Like, if somebody says hi, you're like, oh my God, he was so nice. The way he said it, oh my God, I think he likes me. Like, do you take off like that? Because that's that type of attachment style. The kind that jumps the gun and sees things way too fantastical for them to be real. These people, this is got the White Knight, Perfect Girl is often at work here. You have they either act as the person's hero or see their partner as someone who can save them. Again, fantasy. These people are usually obsessive because they get lost in the fantasy. See, even when the other person isn't in the picture, the story hasn't ended in their head. So it keeps going and keeps going. But it's not that they're overthinking it. It's that they're literally manifesting it in their head. And it becomes almost their pure reality. I have no idea what the whole squirrel thing is about. Because I squirrel, Mims. First of all, he's a wolf. And if you say squirrel, they go, and they run. I mean, I could have every pit bull in this neighborhood. I could have their complete attention just by going, squirrel. And they all just, yeah, like they know that word. Yeah. Because they're like, where's the squirrel? For me, squirreling is when I go off topic. Like when I start in one thing and then I tangent off to the left and then I come back. Half of what I say on here is tangential. So, so people like this are usually obsessive and clingy. Like I said, the movie doesn't stop in their head. Keeps going. They are forever writing a script. I know so many people, especially in my 20s. I knew people like this because reality in your 20s, like they don't always go together. Because you're really just learning. It's your first foray into adulthood, and it takes a little bit. Ellie, hi, honey. How are you? You just missed my whole like rant about God for like 2.5 hours. And honestly, I think you would appreciate everything I had to say. But where was I? See, squirrel. That's what the squirrel thing is, because I go, yeah, I'm talking, and I'm like, oh, and then I have to come back. Okay, so these people are usually obsessive. They're usually clingy, moody, and overthinkers. Now, this is a very specific attachment type. You can still be an overthinker and not be this attachment type. You can still be obsessive and not be this attachment type. This is more, and I know I could apply this to me, but I tend to be much more one than the other. I have all of these attachment types to degrees. Most of you will. That's the trick of it. But one of them is going to be dominant. It's up to you to figure out, and you don't have to share that with anybody, but it's up to you to figure out which type is dominant for you. And mind you, I want you to keep in mind these attachment styles, while you may have one that is extremely dominant, that might not be the dominant attachment style all the time. It depends on the relationship. It depends on the situation. God is a pretty awesome dude. I'm a fan. I'm glad, because I talked very well about him in there. Make sure you tell him that I had good things to say. Like, you can't tell his show. She was talking good about you. She wasn't talking shit today. Anyway, so I don't want anybody to think that I say these things and I describe these and, oh, that's me, like that. And then you think that that's all you are. No. You are a multifaceted person. You're complex. You have all these attachment styles to a degree. Put in a good word for Shelly. Yes, please. I know he always loves hearing about me talking about him. He's like, yeah. I caught the first show. Committed it to memory. I know. So these people are usually obsessive and clingy, moody, and overthinkers. They usually exhibit low self-esteem. They have insecurities and a lack of healthy boundaries. This adds to their tendency to mistake discord and drama for interest, care, and passion. So we tend to take this stuff like this is an extreme. This is somebody who always has that fairy tale mentality. You know, they always think that, oh, this is the one. This is the... Like I've always said, I never met Mr. Right. I only ever knew Mr. Right now. Even when you think, you know, somebody is perfect, you have to like shake yourself and say, all right, I want them to feel like they're perfect for me because I think that, you know, they're amazing. But when you tell somebody that they're perfect for you, they're not allowed to make mistakes. That's a lot of pressure to put on somebody. It is. And it's a lot of pressure to put on yourself. That's why these people with this fantastic thinking mentality, when this is the dominant, when that fantasy is shattered, that's when you see deviant behavior. That's when you see sociopathic behavior. That's when you see the psychopathy of somebody because you've broken their world. They built this whole thing up and they're living in it. They're literally sucking the energy out of this fantasy that is a permanent filter right now for them. And when you take that filter away and the reality hits them and the truth hits them, the pain is enough to break them. It's overwhelming. It's overpowering. It's debilitating. It's destructive. because they've cocooned themselves inside this fantasy where everything they ever wanted is going to come true. And then when it's undeniable that it's not going to come true, their whole world comes crashing down and they can't handle it and they break. That's when you break a person. It's not you doing it, it's them doing it. But it's something that they grew up not having an alternative to. You know, maybe their lives were too painful and they had to have that escapism. But there's a thing where, you know how they say, that even in Game of Thrones, you kill the boy, let the man live, so that the man could be born. You know, once I was a child, and you know, in order to become a man, they had to put away their childish things. We don't do that anymore. There's no point where you get to manhood because now they tell you, well, you can keep playing, you can keep doing this, you can keep doing that. Like, yeah, you got to get a job, but that doesn't make you a man. Being a man is being able to say, okay, I'm not going to live in that fantasy. Being a woman instead of a girl means, okay, this is from here on out, I can't live in this fantasy world. I have to be able to still to see things as they are, but to continue to dream. Your ability to dream is essential for your life. Just don't live in that dream. The dream is the goal, not the state of being. And when you're a kid, you live in that kind of like suspended reality. Hi, everyone. I'm on my phone. She's saying she's on her phone. That means she can't tag anybody. I know. I speak Ellie. I do. I pay attention. So that's why she got the everybody on there, because she can't tag anybody individually. I got you, girl. I got you. Okay, thanks. I've never seen that movie. You never seen what? I'm so confused. The squirrel meme is taken from the dog in the movie Up. Oh, okay. I missed that. See, sometimes StreamYards jumps and I miss things. I got it now. I've seen Up. You should see Up, Mims. It's a really good movie. It's sad. You're gonna cry. I cried like such a little bitch. But I mean, it's also sentimental and touching. So, but again, like this, fantastical thinkers, when you have anxious or like I say, preoccupied, attachment style, you're just not able to embrace reality. And it can drive you crazy. It can. And it can make the other person think that you're crazy and you can become too much for them because they can't possibly meet the expectations of what you have going in your head. You are setting them up to fail you every time. Wait, the movie Up? Oh my God, you should. It's a great movie. Yes, you'll cry. Yeah, you'll cry. You'll laugh too. It's funny. It is hilarious. I love to watch like the breakdowns on the other channels where they connect all the movies. They have theories that these movies are all connected and this person is related to that person. I love those. I'm very big on origins. If you haven't noticed, I say it all the time. I love people's stories. I want to know where you came from, how you started out. I want to know all that thing. All the things. All of them. I love origin stories. Even Wolverine. As bad as that movie was, and it was for the lore, for the canon, it was bad. The acting, a lot of it was bad. But I enjoyed the story. I did. Because I don't care where you came from. Yeah, it's an animation. I think it's Pixar. But I don't care what background you came from. I don't care what the state of it was. I just want to know all about it. You know, you don't have to be embarrassed. You don't have to be ashamed. That's one of the reasons I encourage you guys to come here and share, because it doesn't matter what somebody said or did or whatever. It happened. It's in the past. You can talk about it. I am not going to look at you different. I am not going to think of you different. You're you. That's part of what made you you. Do I wish it never happened to you? I wish it didn't hurt you. I wish you didn't have to go through it. But it helped make you who you are, and I like who you are. So we're just going to have to accept that it's something that happened and move on. Deal with it and move on. You know, you're who you are, and I dig that. But I want to know. I'm not going to judge you for it. I do, though. I want to know what makes you tick. Because I want to understand you. That's my biggest thing in life. I want to understand people. I do. I do love chat. I do. You know I do. My hobby with me. My name is Doug. I just met you and I love you. Oh. It's funny how lines from movies, you can attach them to different people in your life. And that person will always remind you of a line in a song or a line in a movie or whatever. And that becomes like almost like their theme song, like their anthem or their, you know, like their motto. I'm an ogre and I have layers. Yep. Let me tell you something. If you don't think that I describe myself like Shrek all the fucking time, I do. I absolutely do. Because that movie was like, that's why I loved it so much. Because I was like, oh my God, I am so much like Shrek. It's ridiculous. My ex-husband used to say I was more like Fiona. Like at night, I'd be like, rah, 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 rah. And in the daytime, I was like, la, 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 la. I was all like sweetness and light. And then just all of a sudden, I just turned into an ogre. And I was like, first of all, fuck you. Second of all, I think I'm more like Shrek. Because he was all rah, 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 all the time. Yes, and there's quite a bit of donkey there, too. There is. I literally sing donkey songs. You could ask C-Rex. We'll be in the middle of a conversation. I'm like, I'm all alone. I start singing like donkey. It's like, you know, and in the morning, I'm making waffles. Like, it's just what I do. But it's funny. There was a movie called Wedding Date, The Wedding Date. And it's got the chick from, oh God, from Will and Grace. What the hell was her name? I know her name and I can't think of it. And it's got the other dude whose names are not happening today. But he's real, like, he's got that gruff kind of voice. Dylan McDermott, I think his name was. And she is, oh God, what's her name? Come on, chat. What's her name? The one from Will and Grace, the redhead. Yeah. I can't remember her fucking name. And it's going to bother me. And I know it too. You know, I know this. I'm so good with I'm good with actors' names, not band names. I suck at band names. And I'm good with character names. What the hell is her goddamn name? She used to do the hair commercial. Natural Woman. Oh my God. Now I gotta look it up. Damn it. Will and Grace. What the hell's her name? Deborah Messing. There we go. Deborah Messing. Thank you, Wolfram. See? I could have just waited another minute. Mimsy, thank you. Yes, Deborah Messing. So there's a movie called The Wedding Date. Deborah Messing hires Dylan McDermott. He's a escort to be her date for her family's wedding because it's a British thing. And of course, the wedding festivities are like a week long. And she doesn't want them to think that she doesn't have a boyfriend, so she hires him, whatever. And he said something to her that never applied to me because I tend to not really like feel this way about anybody. And I said it to somebody in the last year. And it's never not been true. I said, I think I would have missed you. I would miss you even if we'd never met. And I did. I said that to Winnie because I do. I think I would miss him even if we never met. And it's funny because we started talking as friends, like real friends, a year ago today. A year ago today. I was looking for something in my DMs and I was like, I know today's the day. So I went back and I was like, yep, there it is. There's the invitation to be friends with him. Literally an invitation. And it was so funny because I spent like 15 minutes this morning like reading our oldest text. And I was like, wow. So I'd like the only reaction I could possibly have to that is,
why are you gay?
like, it really was. It was like I couldn't. I was just like, what? It was hilarious because I was like, wow, we were like that. That was so weird. Like, it was just so weird. But I mean, the circumstances were weird and everything else. But I mean, it was just like I made myself sick reading like how we were going back and forth. And I was like, God, we're both retarded. Like, weird. But I also realized that on the 21st, which I'm hoping I got the date right, Winning will have been doing this 2 years. That'll be his 2-year anniversary of streaming. So, and I only know that because he sent me an invitation to his 1-year anniversary stream on that date. So I'm hoping he sent it on the right date because then that's coming up. So yeah, no, that's when our real friendship, I knew him for like 6 months before that, but this was when our friendship started. This was him going, okay, like it's time that we sat down and had a heart to heart. And, you know, like you have a weird thing that you think I see you this way and you got a wrong think. Like we need to talk about this. And that was when we sat down for the first time and actually had a conversation. And for like hours. And then after that was the whole amphibian bullshit. But that first attempt, he put the hand out and said, okay, you know, we need to talk and like get things straight because I think we both like he understood that we both didn't have the right image of each other in our heads. And I mean, the fact that the first person that I ever heard outside of LawTube was Winning, and that I kept like I always would try to like be friends with him, but it just didn't work because other people didn't want it to work. But I also wasn't being myself. I was being the caricature that they wanted me to play. And so he was reacting to that character that I wore all the time for everybody else. So he didn't know who I was. And then one day he just decided, okay, I'm going to get to know who she is. And that was the day. So that happened a year ago today. So, yay. Because he is my best friend. He absolutely is. I don't know where I would be right now without him. So there's that. Elephant. Side note, Captain Weirdo surfaced in Nick's Rumble chat last night. The last time I saw him in Nick's Rumble chat, he told me he wished I would die. Chat went after him, and Nick was like, go ahead. I was like, you know, I'm holding back. And I get a DM, don't hold back. I was like, all right. And I fucking went off at him. So he tends to avoid me. He's one of the only 2 people I have blocked on YouTube. It's only him and the amphibian because I just don't want to be bothered. I just don't. And I mean, the other one has sock accounts. If he wants to spy, he will. I'm not willing to put that much energy or thought into it. I really don't give a fuck. He's irrelevant. But that one, Captain Ukraine, no. He needs to stay away because he's draining as fuck and annoying. But yeah, he said he's been popping up lately. Oh, well, I guess he's done hibernating for the winter. Suzanne said, "Hey, Beach, I love you." Oh, I love you too, Suzanne. I do. You're an awesome lady. You make me laugh. Elephant, my first angel baby's birthday is within a week. Aw. Aw. Well, happy birthday to your first angel baby, honey. From the bottom of my heart. Suzanne, you talking about have fun? Yeah, Captain Ukraine. That's what I call him because that's his freaking colors. All right. So the fantastic thinking, that's one thing. Another attachment style is dismissive avoidant. This is one I tend to run into a lot. These people are emotionally distant. Now we're doing dismissive avoidant attachment style. And they're usually emotionally distant. They use their independence to avoid intimacy and making like really deep, long-lasting connections. They don't want to be invested in a person, so they'll spend time and everything with them, but they're still not allowing themselves to fully connect with them, so that they could just like be gone in a heartbeat, and they can pretend like they never needed that person, that their loss is nothing. When they avoid the intimacy by using like their independence, I could do it on my own. I'm always in my own head. I take care of myself. They never need anybody. That's their main thing in life. I don't need anybody. Now, I fully admit I need people, but I don't have anybody like that. So I depend on myself. It's not to say that there aren't people who haven't come into my life and added to it and helped me, like help prolong my life. Hell, there are people who have saved my life. Winning has saved my life more. He saved more of my mind than anything else. Nick literally saved my life. Literally. He talked me off a ledge, and I will never forget it. People are like, "Oh, how can you still believe in Rekieta? How can you stand by Rekieta?" Because even if he was to decide to never speak to me again, even if he wasn't my friend, I'm his friend. And I will be his friend till the day I die. Because he saved my life when nobody else could or gave a shit. And he didn't have to. He didn't know me from a hole in the wall. So I will always have faith in Nick being a good man, because I know that he's been there every single time I've needed him. And he never had to start that. He could have been like, oh, another crazy fucking, fan or whatever. But no, he took the time and said, hey, talk to me. Like, he used humor, and, I would say something one night, and I don't even know if he knows it. The next show he did would be part of his topic. Like, it wasn't written down, but he would somehow squirrel onto that. He'd start, like, I would watch him and he'd look off to the side like he was remembering something. And then he'd start talking about exactly what I was going through before that. And he would come up with all these different like scenarios. And this would be like, he'd take a life lesson from his own life that related to what I was going through. And he would talk about it. And he would talk about the options and the different decisions that he had to make and the consequences and how other people did it. And he would just constantly expound on it and over, and it would get bigger and bigger and bigger. And I'd be sitting there going, oh my God, like these are like all these life lessons, all this information, because I require feedback. And he really couldn't do it in a DM. And he'd be sitting there talking about this stuff. And then I'd go and I'd DM him and say, hey, you know, your show, da 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 da. And he'd be like, you know, and he'd answer me. That was how he got through to me. And I don't think he's even aware that he did that. I don't think he's aware of how many life lessons and how many options he presented to me that I wasn't aware of or hadn't thought of before. You know, he opened this world up to me where it wasn't all doom and gloom. I had choices I could make. I just needed to be brave enough to make them. I needed to be risky in a different way than I had always been risky before. You know, he did that. That's why I will always be his friend. That's why I will always believe in the good man that he is, because I've seen it. And I know a little something about being good and wanting to help people and presenting a different persona, because you're masking it so that nobody can hurt you and nobody can see how to take things away from you that destroy you. Like, I know, I get him. I do. There's aspects I don't understand, because right now I just like, I want to, like, I just want to choke him. But it's only because I don't have feedback. But he was instrumental in opening up an entire world to me and telling me you don't have to be stuck doing what you're doing. Like, this is wrecking you. This is destroying your kids. This is this. Okay. Like, these are the things that other people do. These are the things that I did. This is all out there. You just got to be willing to have the balls to do it, to try it. You know, and that's what he did for me. Suzanne, watch that P creep. He will pop up onto your open panel naked. Ew. Perks is here's the. Oh, so I can permanently take him out if he shows up. Oh yeah, absolutely. If you see Captain Ukraine, the first one to ban him gets a cookie. But like I said, I have him blocked, so I don't think he'll show up. He does have a sock account. It's a Captain something else. Captain Campground or some bullshit like that. I don't think he's aware that I'm aware of it. He used it once in Experts. And this is when I was talking to him, like I was trying to be nice to him. And I was like, who are you? And he was like, oh, this is my other account. It's Captain Headphone. And I was like, okay. So it's like Captain Campground, some bullshit. But yeah, if anybody that has a wrench, if you see him, don't even wait for him to get past the hello. Auto ban. Done. Because I don't have time for his bullshit. I lost my son when he choked on a Jolly Rancher. I can't. Like that, the thing where he went after chat on Meme Copium stream, I literally paid for a membership to Meme so I could watch that stream. I wished I had been in chat. Because he's a despicable person, Captain. Like, he's just despicable. And Salvador Dali made me laugh hysterically. Because this one, he was so serious telling this whole thing about, you know, he found his son and he choked on a Jolly Rancher and nobody said anything. And then all of a sudden, Salvador Dali said exactly what I was thinking. He put what flavor? And I was fucking dead because I was like, oh my God, I wouldn't say that. I was thinking it, but I wouldn't have said that. I laughed. I swear to God, I thought I was going to pee my pants because I was like choking to death and everything because I was laughing so hard. I was like, God, I know you want to send me to hell for that, but that was fucking funny. I don't care who you are. Because if it was a serious thing, if it had actually happened, nobody would have made that joke. It would have been highly inappropriate. But we're all sitting there not sad for the story, incredulous that he really thought we were going to buy this bullshit. And just, I'd never seen anybody sink so low as to make up a lie so hurtful to other people who have actually lived through something like it. For him to do that, I was so blown away by just the sheer lack of awareness, I think. That when Dolly said that, that was it. Like, literally broke me. Literally broke me. I had to pause the stream because I was completely fucking useless. I had no idea what was, because I couldn't stop laughing. What flavor? And it was perfect. It was perfect because it was a reflection of, okay, asshole, none of us believe you. And he didn't even address it. Like, he was just like, la 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 la. I can't see it. I can't see it. Like, whatever. If that had really happened to him with the kid and he read Dolly's thing, he would have fucking had a meltdown. There's no way you can take that kind of like disrespect if you're serious about what you just went through. And that also added to telling us he was lying his ass off. Hi, honey. How are you? Happy Wednesday. Happy hump day. Hump. Love you, Shelly. Oh, I love you too, honey. You're always here. Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. But yeah, no, but I promise you, if you have a wrench and you see Have Fun in any form in my chat, you have permission to auto ban him. And whoever does it gets a cookie. I will fucking bake you cookies and mail them to you. I swear to God. I will. Don't think I won't. Okay. So, dismissive, avoidant again. So they avoid intimacy. They don't need anybody. If faced with a partner who is threatening to leave the relationship, they shut down their emotions and act as if they don't care. They have next to no really close relationships because they don't participate in them equally. And they use their extreme independence to shield themselves from getting hurt. These are the people who never need anybody. They never want to talk about things. They never want to face, problems. They just want everything to be, it's fine. It's fine. Just let it go. Don't go starting arguments with me, or I don't want to talk about this. The minute you say something they don't like, they shut you down. They just, all right, whatever. And they run away. And because they think that you're trying to move away. So right away, they shut it down and they just whoop, and they're gone. And they tend to go look for other things to, entertain them. Be it an activity, be it a person. Sometimes they go off, and the more evolved ones who have this as a dominant, but not overbearing attachment style, like this isn't their everything. They understand how to do the other things. This just happens to be their default setting. They'll think about it, but it'll take them time. This type of person this type of attachment style doesn't think about things in the moment. They just want it to go away. They want it to go away. They don't want to discuss it. I don't want to hear the truth. I don't want to hear this. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear about your needs. This is about me and protecting myself, and I only need myself. This is the lie they tell themselves. Because they do need other people. They do need interaction, but they're afraid. Somebody in their childhood told them, whether in words or actions, that it doesn't matter what you need. It doesn't matter what you want. I'm not going to give it to you. So the only way for you to not constantly be unhappy is to just not depend on anybody else. Have no expectations of anybody else, because the only person you can rely on is you. That leads to a very, very isolated, cold, and lonely existence. The same way fantastical thinkers lead to a very isolated, heartbroken, disappointed, miserable existence because you're not dealing with reality. You're just not. You're not facing the reality. You're facing your perception, but you're not looking at all the different pieces that are going. Like I said, I know a lot of people like that. People that when you argue with them, they don't argue back. They don't want to talk about it. And you get to the point where you're just like, either you don't want to talk about it with them either, because you know you're going to get shut down and you're not, that's going to be a more disappointing conversation than the situation disappoints you. Or they're the person who's like, you know what, I can't. And they just walk away. No warning, no nothing, just gone. And they just ghost. And that's the person who really just will not have anything to do with you. They might like talk to you once in a while, be polite or whatever, but they're done. They're done with you. You're not bringing them that happiness that they constructed in their head. You know, it's not making the noise. Make the noise. Like you're not doing what they want you to do. And they're very much about control. Not about just control of other people. They're very much about control over themselves. They don't want to let anything slip. They're very closed. They seem very strong and very, like confident. But that's a strength and a confidence that they get by shutting them off from everything else. They refuse to let themselves be vulnerable. And they wonder later on, like, why do I feel like I'm alone? Because you put yourself there. You isolated yourself and your emotions and didn't allow anybody to make a connection with you. They avoid it and they dismiss anything that, you say because it doesn't fit the narrative they've built in their head. This person is usually the one that's always right. They always think they're right. And then you have fearful avoidant. Fearful avoidant is unpredictable and easily overwhelmed by their emotions. They get close to others, but they always have a fear of getting too close. So they maintain some distance by not discussing hard or profound problems with their partner. They hold back so as to not be completely open to anybody. They're not confident in their relationships, but they fear abandonment. That fear of abandonment leads to a lot of inner turmoil because they want to be confident in relationships. They want to believe in them, but they're constantly afraid that the person's going to leave them when they see who they really are. So they don't want them to see who they really are, even though there's that desperate need to share who they really are. Because they want to be, this one, fearful, is I want to be accepted, but I don't think you're gonna, so I'm afraid to show you any real bits of me. Like that's that type of thing. Their highs and lows are frequent. And they open them up to being in many abusive relationships. Because they're always, thinking that somebody is like them and hiding their real self. They're just putting forth a persona. If you can get in there and get to the root of that person, they're actually a good person underneath. Fearful believes that. They think everybody is really inherently good. You just have to, you have to get in there and see it. You have to learn everything about that person. You have to get to the core of who they are. And the only way you're going to do that is by deserving to see it. So now you have to be perfect to be able to get to know somebody else. That's setting yourself up for failure. So the highs and lows are frequent and they open them up to being in abusive relationships, especially because they give more than they receive. This is because they fear voicing their concerns or needs will be met with negativity, but refuse to move on to a more give and take partnership. They don't want to leave the person after having put in so much into the relationship. So I'm going to be perfectly honest. I mean, you know what? I'm going to ask. I said all four. So we had secure attachment style, anxious or preoccupied, dismissive avoidant, and fearful avoidant. Now, fearful avoidant and dismissive avoidant are very similar, except that fearful avoidant is usually somebody who overshares but doesn't share what counts. And the dismissive is somebody who rarely shares. And if they do, it's purposely trivial. They will not disclose who they are. And if you have like concerns about that, they don't care what your concerns are. They're not going to change who they are. They're going to stick to their guns and do whatever. Whereas fearful is, oh my God, you don't like what I did? Let me change this so that it fits with what you want. Because I don't want you to leave. I don't want you to run out of me. I want to please you. I want to make you happy. Your happiness is everything. So you have one that's kind of removed and cold, but there. And then you have the other who's overly warm and overly giving. So you have the giver and you have the taker. Again, perception. These people do not see themselves usually, unless they're extremely self-aware. They do not see themselves as they are. They think they're better than that. They think they're, acting better than that. That I'm giving so much, but they're really not. They're taking, but they're not giving. And if that's brought to them, they take it as a personal criticism and they take it very harshly. Both these attachment styles are very, very sensitive to criticism. And they both, with the avoidant, there's an immediate shutdown and withdrawal. And yet they can't avoid one another. Even when they're trying to, they're still drawn together. Secure attachment is what you want to go for. It's the goal, but it's very rare nowadays. And it takes a lot of work to get there. Anxious, there's a lot of that these days. You see like a lot of the preoccupied attachment and everything. People living in a fantasy world. Saying that there's something they're not. Being in a relationship and then not revealing to the other person, oh yeah, I'm not really a girl. Or yeah, I'm not really a boy. Like like these are the types of things where they actually believe it in their head. And they respond. I hate to say, but the way the libs respond, the way these woke people respond with extreme hostility and hysteria when you endanger their narrative. When you come at their reality and try to shatter it so they see what's actually going on, they can't take it. They break. They absolutely break. And they respond violently. Not always with violence, but like in an extreme way, I mean. Oh, that call is a very positive 1, 2, 3. Awesome, Suzanne. Yay. Oh, I hope it goes well for you. So that's them. But then you have dismissive and fearful avoidance. These two are like magnets. They are literally drawn to one another. And that's not good for either side because neither side is going to benefit. Like, unless they realize and work out a balance, it's always going to be one person hurting the other without realizing it and then missing out and being in pain later. Like the dismissive avoidant tends to feel the pain later on. They won't admit it at first. They won't feel it. They block it out. They shut down. They distract themselves. And then as a little time goes by, they get a little reflective. No, I got a cold DUI guy. Awesome. Okay. Good luck with that, honey. Tell Larry we all said hi. But what was I saying? The dismissive will reflect on it later. And when they reflect on it later, then they start to see. And that's when it all unfurls and the emotions start and they get into like this, oh my God, what did I do? Kind of like, I don't get it. Like what was wrong? They start wondering, how did it go wrong? Like, okay, it must have been something. And that's when they start like processing. But it takes them time to get there because there's a lot of pride and a lot of, their fear is what makes them detach. Whereas fearful, they're always afraid. They know they're afraid. And they're the ones that they feel it now. Everything is now. I feel everything now because they're so open to the emotion because they're always on the lookout for the threat. If you haven't guessed, I mean, if you had to call me out on one of these four, I'm guessing you would say I'm fearful avoidant. I would say I'm more fearful avoidant. I'll switch to dismissive avoidant once I'm done. See, if I go quiet, I'm switching to that part of my behavioral arsenal, I guess you could say. But like I said, everybody has all four of these in different degrees. My dominant, I believe, is the fearful avoidant. I do. I fit it very well, but I'm not that one thing. I'm also dismissive avoidant. When I was younger, I had a lot more of the anxious, fantastic thinking because I didn't know what the world had in store for me. It's been 50 years. I've learned some shit. But when you're starting out, when you're a teenager and, you're in your early 20s, that fantastic thinking is natural because you don't know what's out there. You don't have the experience to back it up. So you don't have those life lessons. You just have what you've seen. So your mind can go in all different directions and it can become like this dream-like thinking. Now, there's good dreams and then there's bad dreams, and you're going to think both ways. If you're in that mindset. So, I mean, I did have a lot of that as a teenager, but mine was more, it wasn't that I was making things up in my head. It was that I would always put this damn silver lining spin on everything. Like Christine always says, you and your rose-colored glasses, because that's how I wanted to see the world. Because that was the only way that I was going to stay in the world, as if I kept those shades on. Because up until then, the world had proved to me that it was uglier than I could ever imagine. So I had to put on rose-colored glasses. I had to see the world better than it was. I had to see people better than they were. Or else I never would have spoken to anybody else. I never would have left my house. I would have just checked out of the planet. So I needed that to be dominant in my life at the time. And then I had a kid and I had to move beyond that because I had shit to face in real life that I couldn't fantasize my way out of. I couldn't romanticize my way out of it. I am a hopeless romantic. Hopeless. Now, usually you say that and people are like, oh, she's a hopeless romantic. She believes in it. No, literally, like, I'm a romantic who is just hopeless. Like, romance doesn't really exist in my life. Like, it just doesn't happen. And I've just come to the conclusion it's just not gonna. Like, it's like, all right, if there's romance in my life, it's because I went there. I created it. Romance did not come for me. I brought it wherever the hell I went. But in my 20s, like my very early 20s, like when Katie was still a healthy little baby, yeah, I had that a little bit. As a teenager, I had that a lot so that I could make it through. I had to constantly be looking for something better, something good, something good, something good, something good. No, that's all right. This happened for a reason. This happened for this. This happened for that. And I still do that to a degree, but I don't wear those glasses all the time. I just put them on when I absolutely need to. When I'm at my darkest, I'm like, all right, it's time to like, let's think of what could really go well. Let's imagine it. And I try to like, manifest it. Whereas now I'm not pretending that's the reality. It's the reality that I'm shooting for. So that's where that switched over. When I'm done with somebody, absolutely, I'm dismissive, avoidant. I will shut down my emotions and go quiet, and I won't care what you say. You could be like, oh, like I got into a car accident. Be like, oh, you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. All right. And that'll be it. There'll be no if I'm not asking you questions, I'm done. If I just I'm done. I don't do hot and cold. When I start going cold, it's because that instinct in me is telling me to leave. Go, run. But I always pull myself back. If that person really matters to me, I pull myself back. Okay, back. Awesome. I'm just wondering, what do you guys think? Can you, I don't know, do you feel like you're one of each? Do you feel you're more one than the other? Do you feel you're two? Because it could depend. It could depend also on the person you're dealing with. Certain people bring out certain attachment styles in you. You missed some stuff there. That's all right. Ellie, I swear to God, like I usually, if you show up in winnings, I'm like, give her a minute. She's got to catch up. Because you and Lady are also always like, wait. I'm going at double speed. Give me a chance. And I love that about you. I like that I can expect that. I don't like surprises as a rule. I like predictable people. Not boring, because none of you are boring. God, none of you are boring. But I like when you have set behavioral patterns that I can see and depend on. I do. It makes me feel more secure. You know how I say this is a safe space for you guys? That you can come here and nobody's going to attack you. Nobody's going to disrespect you. And if they do, they get shown the door. But it's the same for me. I need a safe space. And that's what you guys do for me. When you come here and you're consistent. I don't care if you're consistently late. Be consistently late. That's fine. At least I know you're going to be late. It doesn't offend me. It doesn't hurt my feelings. I'm just happy you show up. Elephant said, I think during my life, I had several different styles with different people, especially if I analyze romantic relationships. Yep. Oh, the night thing is because it's during the time to put the kids to bed. No, I get it. Girl, please. I mean, how many times I'm in the middle of a stream and I'm like, I need a minute, guys, because for some reason they have to ask me a question. They absolutely have to ask me right then and there. Now, these are grown children and it's just grown adults. You absolutely, and it's always the fucking dumbest question. And I'm like, I had to pause my show and like do dead air because you had to ask me something about something that you could have asked me 6 hours from now and it wouldn't have made a goddamn bit of difference. But I want to know now. Well, life ain't about what you want. And I just get to look like, of course it is. And then I answer their question and go back to the show. But, I get it. Trust me, I get it. Hell, I stop the show all the time just to try to gather my thoughts. Hey. They want to know that you're there for them. They want to know that you're there for them. Yeah, they know I'm here for them. I wish they would come to me when I'm not live. I swear, between them and the cats, that's the only time these people want attention. Oh, look, you're busy. You're in the middle of something. Look at me. I need attention. Really? all right, show's over. What do you want? Oh, nothing. And they go disappear and they fuck off. And I'm like, it's like, okay, anybody who has children, I don't know if this is true for you too, but my child, Connor, has the uncanny ability to walk in and insist on interrupting whatever I'm doing at the worst possible moment. Every time I watch something, if I watch something new and it's 10 minutes before the end of the movie where you're hitting your peak. This is the height of the, whole storyline. This is the part they've been building up to, and I'm waiting for it. And that's when he interrupts and I miss it. And then I have to go all the fucking way back. And I'm like, could you just stop talking to me? Like, I've watched this ending 4 fucking times and I have no idea what's going on because you're so distracting. What do you want? Always. I'm like, why do you always get in here when I'm at the height of the emotional trip they've taken me on? And now I'm disappointed because you broke my concentration. Like, it's gone. I would have to watch the whole thing to build up to that again. Always do it. They always do it. If I'm listening to a song and we're getting to my favorite part, he will interrupt me. I'm like, son of a bitch. And I have to rip the earbuds out. I'm like, what? And he's just like, what? What are you doing? Like, I'm just saying something. But did you have to say it like right now? You see, I'm in a zone here. All right. Well, what are you watching? Oh, and then he walks away. I didn't even answer you. Like, they don't want the answer. They just want to interrupt you. That's how it is for me. Anytime somebody calls me, even if it's a service person, they've even asked, can I talk to them? Yeah, for real. Uh-huh. Listen, Katie used to dial 911 to talk to the operator. Drove me insane. It also got me in a lot of trouble. No, honey, the phone company does not want to talk to you. Can I say hi? Who's on the phone? Can I say hi? Is that grandma? No, it's not grandma. Is that grandpa? No, it's not grandpa. Is that Ingrid? No, it's nobody you know. Well, what's their name? Oh my God, leave me alone. Just let me talk on the phone. But yet when I say something to my son, he's like, I'm on a call. And like, you don't respect when I'm doing something. I'm supposed to walk in here and be like, oh, sorry. And so what do? I'm like, all right, sorry. I'll talk to you later. I capitulate way too easy. I am not the disciplinarian, y'all. I'm not good at it. I am not good at putting my foot down for like the little stuff. Because they know they can emotionally manipulate me so easily just by getting mad at me and like acting like I'm a bother or whatever. Like, my son knows exactly how to manipulate me. He is a master at it. That's where I really miss having a man in the house, because that shit wouldn't fly with them. And he would never treat them like that. And he would never treat me like that in front of them or because of their presence. Like, it wouldn't be something that he would even try. But as it's just me, he gets to, be a little shit. And then tell me that I'm the manipulative one. I'm like, wow. Like, I taught him all about narcissism and everything else. I don't know if I was warning him or training him, because he's got a lot of narcissistic traits. I'm hoping it's because he's a teenager and they're all little narcissists at that age. But I tell him, you keep up, like, you treat people the way you treat me, I guarantee you're going to grow up alone. But the thing is, he doesn't treat his friends like that, just me. And it's because he knows I'll forgive him. That's one of the problems with being the person who gives unconditional love. The person receiving it will walk all over you because they know they can. That I wish I could change. But I'm not willing to be my mother. I won't throw my kids out. The problem is they know it. Yeah, it's great. They feel secure, but they also feel like they could do whatever the fuck they want and there's no consequence to it. Teenagers are buttheads. They sure are. What the fuck? Those memes where the little hands are under the bathroom door. Yep. I once told one of the parents of, I had a severely autistic student. He didn't talk. He kind of made Mork from Ork sounds like he was, that was his language. And fortunately, I understood what he was saying because, again, I paid attention. I learned how he spoke and I learned what he meant when he, had certain tone and whatever. And his mother was so overwhelmed. And I get that because when it's yours, it's so different than when you're the teacher. It's so different because it's so personal. You're highly sensitive to it. And she was very overwhelmed. And it was so much for her. And even though I knew she knew what he wanted, that part of her brain that was so overwhelmed was like, I don't understand. And she came in one day and she was just shaking and holding back tears and whatever. And I took his book bag, I put it in the closet, and I told her, you stay right there. And I was like, don't move. You wait. I have to talk to you. And she was like, okay. And she's like, she was so diminished and so defeated. And I told the teacher, I was like, can you watch him for a minute? I got to talk to the mother. I'm going to take her in the closet. Mind you, this is not a little closet. This is like a long, freaking like 12-foot long, 8-foot wide corridor where we had like all the hooks and everything in the cubbies. So I took her and I closed the door. And I said, I need you to look at me and I need you to take me very seriously. And she was like, what? I said, it's okay to cry. It's okay. You don't have to, be happy all the time. Doesn't matter. I know this is hard. I was like, you have to be able to face what's going on. You have to face what he's going through and what it's going to mean for you. And you're allowed to be sad about it. You're allowed to be resentful. You're allowed to be bitter and you're allowed to rage about it. Just don't do it in front of him. Go get a towel, go in the bathroom, put the towel at the bottom of the door, move as far away from it as you can, curl yourself up and fucking cry, yell, talk to yourself, rock if you have to. It doesn't matter, but get it out. You gotta get it. All that shit that you're bottling up because you look like you're about to burst into tears. You're allowed to feel those things. This is not your fault. It's not your fault. You're dealing with it. It's your responsibility. But it's okay. It's okay to be angry that this is what you're dealing with, that your son is like this, basically. And she looked and she burst into tears. And I held her for a while. Like I was in there for a good 10, 15 minutes just holding while she cried because she could not function because the woman would not cut herself a break. She just wouldn't. And that's the way you crumble. You got to take that time for yourself. So yeah, Ellie and Lass and Inya, all of us, we know what it's like to have those little fingers come under the door and you're like, can't I just get 5 minutes to me? I just need a minute. Just let me pee in peace. Can I pee in peace? Just give me that time. But no, they're like, I'm still here. They want to make sure they're not doing it to hurt you, but they're doing it to be like, hey, what you doing? You're the person I need and love the most in life other than me. So what you doing? What you doing? What you doing? And it's never ending. So yeah, you need that time to lock yourself away and just let it all out. You just want You're like, just Jesus Christ, just give me 10 minutes to rail at the world and then I'll be fine. And I can put the smile back on my face and tell you, yes, that drawing that you made with, mommy's best makeup is very pretty. Can we not make it anymore? Like, that kind of thing. You can deal with all the stuff that comes, that they're throwing at you, and they will literally sometimes throw things at you. I've had more black and blues from my children than anything else in the world. I tell you, my son almost broke my eye socket, the bone underneath my eye socket, because he jumped up and I wasn't prepared and I was bending down to pick him up and he jumped up and boom. And he's got the hardest head in the fucking world. But yeah, I mean, everybody in that gym was like, oh, because I mean, you heard the clunk. It was like, and I was like, ah. And he was like, oh my God, what's the matter with you? Like, totally oblivious. Because his head felt fine. It was like, yeah, well, your head's a lot harder than my eye socket. You're trying to lead by example, but they're ignoring the example. They always ignore the example. I hope one day that, like, when they're in their 20s, 30s, whatever, they look back and go, hey, my mom I had a good mom. I don't ever want them to talk about me or see me the way I see my mother. Because I literally have never neglected my children. I have never backed off and said, somebody else take care of them. I was always their strongest advocate, their protector, their provider. I nurtured them through everything. I listened to every problem, every story. I just hope that the lessons stick. That's what I'm shooting for. I don't really care about anything else I am in this life. I don't care if I was a great wife. I don't care if I was a great ex-wife. I don't care if I was a good daughter. None of that matters. I need to have been a good mother. I'm not saying I had to be a great mother. I'm not, I would love to have been labeled that sometime in my future, but I don't expect it. But I want to be a good mom. That's all I ever wanted to be, was a good mom. The ones you hurt the most are the ones you love. Yeah, you always hurt the ones you love. Mike Hunt. I love you, Shelly. I love you too, honey. That doesn't mean you get to hurt me, though. I'm just saying. Well, from the ones you hurt the most, the ones you love because it's safe. Yeah, because you know that they're going to forgive you. You feel safe being yourself. Elephant at Suzanne. I feel like I missed a lot last night. He was babbling about his wife getting IVF. Wait, who are we talking about now? Oh, you're talking about have fun? Lord. Hey, nerd. Lord have mercy, knocking on the door, fingers on the door. Mom. Oh, yeah. I always used to say I'm going to change my name, and I'm not telling either one of you what it is. Ellie said, Shelly, one of my kids is playing piano loudly right now because I'm not giving him all my attention. He's trying to play louder than you talk. Good luck. Good luck. Because we play that game in my house. We do. I love it when my kids try to get loud. I'm like, oh, do we want to see who can be louder? Our turn. Exactly. I tell you, my daughter says the walls shake when I yell. And I don't doubt it. It must feel like the walls are shaking when I yell because I hit volumes that you would not believe. Sometimes life is so hard, I'll just retreat because of anger and the inability to fix it. Iron Rabbit. Yep. Hi, Iron Rabbit. How you doing, Rabbit? How you doing, baby? Yeah, I mean, you have to. You have to retreat sometimes. Yeah, because you have to go somewhere and lick your wounds. I mean, animals do it. I don't know why humans think they're any different. Like sometimes being around another person is actually worse when you're trying to fix it because you're distracted by whatever they're saying or doing or just their presence. Their energy can affect your ability to heal yourself. Elephant, he does it when I'm eating too. Yeah. Oh, sure. I'm absolutely sure. I haven't had a hot meal since Katie was born. I really haven't. Because they always, it's mom. It's like, okay, yeah. And you sit down, you're just about like, they show that in sitcoms and like on movies as comedy all the time, but it's true. When you have the mom, she sits down, she just gets the food on her fork after she had to get up like 8 times to take care of what everybody else wants. And she gets the fork to her mouth and they want something else. She got to put the fork down, and then everybody's done eating and her food is ice cold. And it's just like, and then it's just unappetizing. Ellie said, we have quiet time right before dinner to settle the house down. He started to try to play loudly during that time too. Oh no. Yeah, I love quiet time. I like when it's like, all right, time for everybody to calm down. Go, change your clothes or like, put your stuff away, go wash your hands, everybody calm down. And then, quietly come in here. Yeah, my brothers and sisters didn't do anything quietly. My stepbrothers and sisters, never. The house was always raucous. When my mother threw me out, it was kind of like a blessing because it was like, oh, Jesus, I couldn't take the noise. So many little children. Nerd, the people you love the most hurt you the most. See, that's not true. It can be true, but that's not a good way to look at it. And it's also a very skewed way of looking at it, but I'm not going to go there. Elephant, quiet time reading books. Can we go back to that? Right? I don't know. Like, Katie was usually quiet right before meals, but Connor was like the boundless energy. So it was always like, it was like trying to catch, like a rabbit almost, like trying to get them to, you ever try to get a cat when they're trying to put them in their kennel? Like in their little carrier to go to the vet or whatever, it's like they instinctually know and you're just running around. It's like trying to catch a chicken. That's what it used to be like, trying to get Connor to where I can catch him and put him in like the high chair, get him like calm down so he would sit down and have a meal with me. And it just, at some point I was just like, oh, fuck it, here. It's like because I ran out of energy. I couldn't do it. I was like, this is not a battle I'm willing to fight 3 times a day. It's just not. It was because I was doing it alone. It's different when you have backup. Sometimes you have somebody that could, pitch hit for you, but I didn't have that. And I was defeated. I was defeated in the line of battle. Been catching up at 1.5 speed. Gotta love putting out tiny little fires because people don't listen. Oh yeah, all the time. Or I don't make myself clear enough. Sometimes you could think that things are good and you're healed only for the wound to be opened back up with just a few words. Yeah, but people tend to put that on the person who said the words when they didn't know that there's like a minefield there or whatever. You can't put that on the other person. At some point, you got to take accountability. You got to heal yourself and you got to realize that's a trigger. And you got to deal with it. You got to take the power out of the trigger. If you just continually go back to that and let yourself feel that over and over and over, you're never going to advance as a person and you're never going to keep somebody in your life. Iron Rabbit, the doctors are trying to decide on how to remove her inoperable tumor because chemo isn't working. Oh, honey. I am so sorry. Yeah, I could see where you say life is hard. I mean, there's nothing worse than when your children, your grandchildren, your nieces, any kids really that are important to you when they're going through something like that. I pray for you, Rabbit. I do. I pray for her and I pray for you. And I do hope that the doctors come up with something to help the poor little girl. I love you, Rabbit. My heart goes out to you. It does. Suzanne said, nope, he's busy. We'll call tomorrow. Okay. Yeah. Oh, Daisy girl, you're still here. Daisy girl sending her prayers to Rabbit. I mean, I think it goes without saying that we're all with you, Rabbit. Like, we all feel for you and we all hope that things work out. We're sending you as much love and prayer and good energy as we can. Because you're very important in this community and in all our communities. You know, you're a lady that I happen to love and respect quite a bit. You be lurking, Daisy? Of course you do. I really wish I could take this from you, Rabbit. I do. I would take it on myself because I know how much it hurts you. And I wish it weren't so. I would love to take all your pain. Whenever you guys, like, when you tell me about things that are going wrong or whatever, I feel that. Now, I don't say I'm empathetic. I don't believe I'm empathetic. I don't. I think again, I don't like labels, but I think what I feel is different than what empaths feel. You know, I'm not a conduit of your energy for that so much as I am a vessel for it. I willingly put myself in your place on a theoretical or metaphysical level and feel what you feel. That's my choice. I don't think an empath has a choice. I'm more relating to people than I am empathizing with them. Like, I will feel what you're feeling. I will try to think the way you're thinking. And so when you're hurt, I process it as my own hurt. And that's how I do it. Iron Rabbit, it's in God's hands. Everything is. Everything is. And we just got to hope that there's a purpose and a plan and that God is as merciful and loving as we believe him to be. You know, if ever there's somebody to idolize, it's God. We tend to idealize, not idolize, but idealize the people in our lives. We sometimes believe they're better than they really are. You know, because we want them to be that person. We believe they have the potential. That's the problem. We tend to see potential more than we see the actual. And if we do see the actual, we hope the potential will win out. And it's not fair. You know, we have to accept people as they are. Otherwise, we're never going to be happy. You know, I accept that there are flaws. Everybody's got flaws. Everybody's got major fucking points in their personality and their constitution and their, you know, daily habits. There are major fuck ups all over the board. My thing in life is, what fuck ups can I live with? Because they're going to have to deal with my fuck ups. They're going to have to deal with all my flaws. And I think that's what makes me angry, because I sit there and I'm like, dude, I am willing to put up with all your bullshit and let you think that you're this amazing person without this bullshit, even though I see it. You're not as slick as you think you are. And yet when it comes to my bullshit, you're like, no, that's too much. No, like, you can't. That's not how the world should work. It's how it does work, but that's not how I want it to work. I don't believe that that's the goal. I'm always living toward the goal. I live life as if the goal is already in play. Yes, it can be very heartbreaking. Yes, I can wind up very disappointed and hurt. But I refuse to live life as it is. I would like to live it like it's the way it's supposed to be. Is it hurtful? Yes, but it's what keeps me getting up every morning. If I lived present with how I feel right now, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here. I have to live as if life is the way it was meant to be, as it should be, not as it is. Because as it is, it fucking sucks. It's depressing. It's dark. It's scary. And I can't live that way. I won't live in that mindset. So on go the rose-colored glasses on one side, like one lens. The other lens sees reality. It has to be balanced. I know what the world is. I know what it should be. I'm going to live more toward the side of how it should be because that's what I want to project. That's what I want to manifest. That's what I want to live like. So I want to set that example. That's what I want to model for other people. It's not sustainable. I can't do it 24/7. Some days I'm really, really good at it. And some days I literally just live in the shit of today. Those are my low days. When I can't see the silver linings. Every cloud is dark. Everything is ominous. I hate those days. Anyway. I gotta go back. Mimsy sending all the love and prayers to Iron Rabbit. Iron Rabbit, I would gladly give up life to save her, but that's not an option. I know, honey. I know. Trust me, I've been there. I've said that. I would gladly give up my legs if it meant Katie walked. Apparently, somebody out there heard half of that statement. We're all here for you, Rabbit. She said, thank you all. Love you. We love you. Keep you in my prayers. I'll be gone a lot, so don't worry if you don't see me. All I ask, honey, is that you just drop a note once in a while, even in a DM in Discord, just so I know you're okay. You don't have to get into it, and you just have to say, just checking in. You don't even have to say your state of being. You could just say, just checking in. And as usual, we'll ask each other. Anybody heard from Rabbit? You're one of those people who's like, even when you're gone, you're not forgotten. There are others who are out of sight, out of mind. You're not one of them. Elephant, I got to head out. Time for school. All right. I hope you all have a good day today. Well, you have fun in escuela. Have fun with the kiddos. Make him stop playing the piano. Have a good day, though, honey. And Inya and Iron Rabbit, I love you too. I wish I didn't know how you felt, and my heart breaks and is so full for you at the same time. Just know that your love will be with her throughout eternity. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because even though they leave one realm, they enter into a much better one. Full of light and no pain, and she can do all sorts of stuff. And that's how I picture it. I don't picture heaven to be like this one thing. I think heaven is what you get to be when you don't have the restrictions of mortality and humanity. You don't have earthly restrictions anymore. Everything is possible. Everything is doable. I've been reading a lot of the book of Matthew, like a lot. And I think I might do a video on the Sermon on the Mount because it affected me so much even as a kid. I took a lot of lessons from that. But in the book of Matthew, you know, Jesus talks a lot about the things we should do to avoid being corrupted and whatever. But he talks about, you know, life here and then life in heaven. And he talks about healing. There's the healing. And he says, you know, with God, my Father, all things are possible. And I believe that. And I believe that we're granted that same grace when we enter into a different existence. You know, I don't know where we came from. I don't know if we were created by a thought that God had or if we existed somewhere in the ether and he just kind of plucked our souls out or whatever. However you want to imagine it, I don't know. I don't know where my soul was before it was in this body. You know, I don't know how I came into being or what put me together or what his intentions were. I'm assuming that when I'm done with the meat suit and my soul goes to, you know, exist in eternity, that I'll find out, that I'll know. You know, that things will be revealed because I won't be limited to human understanding. You know, I won't have to rely on my brain. It's knowing something. This is when I talk about knowing something intrinsically, knowing something instinctually. It's you're born with knowledge, the knowledge how to breathe, the knowledge how, you know, everything runs. People don't look at it that way. Like you don't think about knowing, like being able to breathe as knowing how to breathe, but it is something that you do. It's involuntary, yes, but it's still knowledge. Your body knows how to do it without you knowing how to do it, without you learning it. It is created with that ability and knowledge. And I think that's what it's like in heaven. I think once you leave here and God accepts you, that you will just know because you'll have entire universes open to you that didn't exist to you before. I think that's part of the reward for getting through the earthly suffering. I also tend to think the greater your suffering on earth, the greater your happiness and joy in heaven. That's just me, though. And I've thought that literally since I was able to walk. You know, it hurts now, it won't hurt later. Because, I mean, my grandmother talked to me about heaven as far back as I can remember. Always with the Bible stories and the parables and talking about so much talk about heaven. Heaven and hell, heaven and hell, heaven and hell. It was always those two. She didn't believe in limbo, in purgatory. I didn't believe in purgatory until I was an adult and I realized this is purgatory. This is where the trials happen. This is where we have to go through every hurdle and every suffering to figure out who we are, to figure out the truth of the universe. To figure out that the one truth is that nothing is in our control. Control is an illusion. Nothing is really based on, you know, like our ability to manipulate it or whatever. Because even the best laid plans go to hell. You can't control everything or anything. You could try. Plenty of fun in trying, but The only one that really controls what happens in this world is, I believe, God. And I'm okay with that. I just wish he, maybe didn't want to put me through as many trials as he is, but I got to hope that no matter what I've gone through here, the opposite will be waiting for me when I get where I'm going. Because that's where I'm headed. No matter how good I live my life, no matter how long I live my life or how short, that is my destination. That is the goal. So yeah, my heart goes out to anybody who's suffering. You're not alone. You're not. But maybe think about the joy that waits for you after a life well lived. Don't be in a rush to get there. Just accept that that's eventually where we all wind up. Live your life and learn from it. Have an open heart, have a forgiving nature. It's hard. It is. It's difficult. It's very difficult to do, but I think it's worth it. And I think every day I get up and I try to not be a see you next Tuesday. I do. Some days I manage, some days I don't. It depends on what I'm going through. And it depends on my desire to not be that. Some days I'm like, fuck it. I'm just going to go wild out today because I need to let loose and I need to not be so like weighed down by everything. I need to go wild today. I need to go a little crazy. Anyway. Well, that was a much more religious stream than I had planned. But you know what? That's where my mind went. That's where the stream took me. And I'm happy with it. I am. I enjoy talking about religion. I heard from somebody that there's a creator out there who's thinking of making her channel more religious based. And I know my opinion doesn't count for much, but I think that's an amazing idea. I would love to see that because this person is really good at discussing that kind of thing. Always obey the spirit. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I know you don't consciously wake up and say, "Oh, I'm going to be a better person today." You just kind of you wake up and you go through your day. But I think intrinsically, like without subconsciously, without any kind of forethought, we all try to be better. You see yourself going down that slope where you're going to be a dick to somebody. Sometimes you're like, oh, no, let me just bite your tongue, whatever. Like you try to rein yourself in. And some days you're just like, fuck it, let it go. Let it fly. Let it fly. And then there are people who, like they push your buttons and then they get like surprised. They're like, oh, they were mean to me. You brought me there. The thing about me is the way I treat you is however you asked me to. You might not realize that you're telling me that this is the way you want to be treated, but that maybe want is it's an off word, but it's hard to believe that people don't know when you poke the bear, it's going to growl. That always it kills me. It's like people push my buttons and then when I, bark at them, they're surprised. The fuck am I? Your doormat? I ain't nobody's doormat. Here's more God. God didn't put me on this earth to be your bitch. How about that? He gave me this mouth for a fucking reason. He gave me that fighter, fighting fiery spirit, I should say. And I don't use that nearly enough anymore. Because people make comments that, oh, you're so loud, or you're so harsh, or you're so abrasive, or whatever. And for some reason, I listened and I let it shape this new part of my personality, or an old part of my personality that got reactivated or whatever. But for some reason, I tried to change who I am and how I react to things. And again, it's not sustainable. I can't be anybody but who I am. Suzanne, yeah. I get it, honey. She said exactly 100%. Nobody yells and screams their full head off at me. Miss me with the childish shit. Bye-bye. No, I get it. I get it. I absolutely get it, especially when you're not doing something to that person and they unload on you in like the worst way. Like I said, I did that to Winning on Wednesday night for like a minute. And I was like, he's not even the one that I'm mad at. Like, I don't know why I feel this way, but I just know that I'm stuck here and I'm going to take it. I was like, I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed. But again, I was so like about it that even my good night wasn't good. So I had to like calm down, and I was like, maybe text is better. And I just like text them, okay, I'm feeling like some type of way. I'm in a lot of pain and I need to sleep. And I don't want to take anything out on you. Like, I'll talk to you tomorrow. And he was good with that. That was a good explanation. But I didn't have the ability to say it. I had to be able to type it. Because my emotions kept making me sound harsher than I had the ability to control. Like, I couldn't rein it in. I couldn't soften anything. It literally was just like I was just, and I couldn't. So I had to be like, no, I need a timeout. Like nobody else has put me in timeout. I need to put myself in timeout. Like I can't people right now because I'm not going to be a nice person. You know, desire and ability are two very different things. I don't want to be that person. I don't want to be angry and, you know, like brusque and in full porcupine mode. But I didn't have the ability to not be in that place. T3, I still haven't been to bed yet. I didn't want to miss the meeting in the morning. I'm exhausted. Girl, I used to do that all the time. That was the worst. Any of you out, like anybody else like that? Like when you had a test or you had an important appointment or something? I know words are hard. I'll get them out eventually. Like if you had an important thing the next morning and you're like the teacher or whoever would say, now make sure you get lots of rest the night before. Sure. And then you go to bed at like 7, 8 o'clock so you get sleep. You can't fall asleep. You wind up either not falling asleep till like 2, 3 in the morning, in which case you know you're going to oversleep, or you just don't sleep at all. Or you go to sleep really, really early and your body wakes you up in the middle of the night and then you're just awake. And it's just like, no. So you feel off kilter like the whole time. That's the worst. It literally is the worst to me. And it happens every time. It happens before we had to get on an airplane. Anything that has a time. I don't know if you guys figured it out, but I'm very, very punctual. I am ridiculous when it comes to time. Of course, my mother calls the kids during school. Of course she did. I believe that God created us individually and that we are little spirit sons and daughters of God. I also believe that life is school and we're being tested. Yeah. That's all part and parcel. That's the thing. I don't think anything regarding God is one thing or another. I think there are billions of different scenarios and reasons and ways and facets that he put into play that are true for all of us. But what might be true for one person, he doesn't necessarily hold true for the other. There are universal truths, yes, but I think an individuality exists. And I do believe that there are aspects of reality that he made specifically for us because of the way our minds work, because of the way we believe, because of the things that we've gone through. One like I don't want to say non-conformist, one non-flexible, I guess you would say. One rigid God is not gonna heal anything. He's not going to create a world like this with diverse people. That's why I think we are each individually created by God to suit his whim. I really do. Like, he has an idea, he has a plan, he has a purpose for each of us, and he puts a lot of thought into our creation. Yeah, and then he has to put, it's like building the biggest crossword puzzle in the universe because of all the crossovers and the interactions and the, this fits here and this works here and then work that one in here. And, okay, this is that, but, I'm giving you a clue, but it could have many, many, many meanings, but it's really going to only be one. And you will only find out if that's correct when the whole thing is completed. Like, that's how I look at it. But that doesn't mean like a spoiled child, we can do whatever we want and act entitled to heaven. No, absolutely not. I think every day you have to want to be better. But I don't think it's a conscious thought. I don't think you wake up and say, oh, I'm going to be better today. Like sometimes you do, of course. But I think as a species, like I think we try to be better. We try to progress. I think we want on some level to learn. There are those individuals who don't, and those are the individuals that, tend to do really heinous things or tend to be extreme. Like these are the extreme people. They're the extremely self-indulgent people. They're the people with disorders, with psychological disorders and stuff like that, that literally keep them pigeonholed in this one place. They stagnate. And that's what they are. That's how they define themselves. And they won't allow themselves the ability to get better, to, progress in life, to evolve, to become more complex. They want to become simpler instead of becoming more complex and adding what they did and what they were into who they are as a layer of who they are. They want to wear it like a shield when really it's just a foundational block. It's something to, keep building upon. That's why I say, I think God with us is like the way I teach my kindergartners with scaffolding. Here you go. I'm giving you this thing. Let's see how you do. Okay, you learn that. On to the next one. On to the next one. Everything's a lesson. Every hurdle, every test, every like stress point, every joy, every laugh, everything is a step forward. And if you don't master it, if you don't learn from it, if it doesn't achieve the goal of what God put it there to achieve, he goes, okay, well, repeat. And he puts you back before that lesson and you have to go through it again. Because he won't let you move on until you've learned what you're supposed to learn. That's why some people never grow up. Because they refuse to learn. They refuse to accept accountability and learn from their mistakes and learn from the mistakes of others. They take that pain that they've encountered in life and they've wrapped it around themselves rather than dissected it, taken the sting out of it and put it away. They live on it so that's all they see. And they're stuck in it, and that's where they're going to stay. They can't move forward as people. They're immature, they're volatile, they're absolutely like unreasonable, they're irresponsible, all these things because they can't get past their hurt because they don't want to. It's also a safe place for them. They never have to grow up. You know, and they're going to keep getting hurt because they won't learn. They won't gain the ability to take another step. And I really do think that God gives us all these things in a row throughout our lives so that, one, we appreciate every bit of good that ever comes our way. And two, so that you become a more resilient, stronger spirit. You become a better person. You know, you grow, you mature, you evolve, you're always getting a step closer to what he intended you to be. Yeah, but you have to go through it. Otherwise, you're not going to change. I think he wants you to always change. The same way Jesus, he didn't tell Jesus, you stay in one place. You just sit there. You were born here. You're going to live here. You're going to die here. And this is what you're going to do. And no, he told Jesus, go, get out, roam, experience places and things, spread the word, spread the message, spread the teachings. Don't just sit in one place and expect everything to fall into your lap. Go out, go, learn, meet as many people as you can. As many different people as you can. Take on the hardships. Embrace the pain. Know that I've got you. And at the end of the day, when you've experienced all the pain that you were meant to experience in this life, you will come home to me and everything will be as it should be. I'm going to leave you with that because I think that's important. I think we experience everything we have to so that in the end, we are in the perfect place where things were meant to be the way they were meant to be. The idyllic meant to be. And that's where you get to be forever. So yeah, the tests of life are hard. But life is short and eternity is long. So the reward of being who you were meant to truly be, who God intended you to be, is waiting for you. And eventually you'll achieve it. Probably not in this world, but in the next. Footprints in the Sand. Yes, absolutely, Wolfram. I love that one. Mimsy, I gotta head out. Thanks for joining the stream, y'all. Thanks for being here, Mims. Absolutely, Wolfram. Footprints in the Sand. That's one of my favorite poems. Because that was when I carried you. I have that on like a bunch of different things. I have it on keychains. I have it on like a little plaque for my wall. It's folded up inside my wallet. It's always been very important to me. I'm glad you brought that up. But yeah, at the hardest times in my life, there's only one set of footprints in the sand. And it's not because I was alone. It's because he carried me. Because I can honestly say, if he didn't, I wouldn't be here. I just wouldn't. On that note, this was a heavy Wednesday, but good, I think. It wasn't sad. I think it was very, I enjoyed it. It gave me a lot to think about. So I will see you guys on Friday. Unless Winning does a show, in which case I'll be in the chat. But I never really know when he's going to do one or not. I think he's going to do one Thursday. I want to say Thursday. I don't know. I think tonight is Unveiling Reality. Can't remember though. I know I'm bad. I'm terrible. But say goodnight, Gertrude. Good night, Gertrude. Say goodnight, Gracie. I love George Burns. But yeah, you guys are amazing, and I do love you. Love you very much. I will see you in the funny papers. Bye.
Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. 4 a.m. at a diner, stop singing, living on a
And doggone it, people like me.
I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other girl can move like you. We pump our fists damn right, it's true. And I don't care what they might say, they'll never get us anyway. So be my Jersey girl, and take a little ride with me tonight. And let's get dirty, girl. I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. The way you turn it up, turn me on, and then you take it off, make it hot, make it loud. We'll wake the whole town. Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside.
Yeah, listen up. Let me tell you about a girl from Jersey. She was looking so fine with her hips so curvy. I wanna over down and see side heights and a boardwalk fight at the end of the night. Hey, hold up, got a situation, got condensation from the girl's gyration. She's hot like the girl next door with a tig gold bitties that I can't ignore.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
I'd be a